Section 1. The Yellow Town. There is a color that belongs to only one place in the world. Not a sunset, not a flower, not a paint swatch you can pick from a hardware store wall. It is a specific, impossible shade of yellow that sits slightly wrong against every other color around it. Too warm to be pale. Too pale to be gold. Too flat to be skin. It is the color of a fever dream. The color you might remember if you tried to describe a face you saw once in a half-asleep moment and were never quite able to place. It is the color of Springfield. Every single person who lives there wears it. Homer Simpson wears it. Marge wears it. Bart and Lisa and Maggie and Ned Flanders and Apu and Chief Wiggum and Patty and Selma and every single background character who has ever walked past a quick E-Mart or sat in the bleachers at Springfield Elementary all share the same impossible color. It covers them from head to toe. It has covered them since December 17th, 1989. And it will apparently cover them for as long as the show continues to run, which at this point seems like it might be forever. And here is the thing that nobody talks about. Nobody in Springfield has ever mentioned it. Not once. Not in 36 years and nearly 800 episodes. Not in the background of a scene. Not as a throwaway line. Not as a gag that gets resolved before the commercial break. Nobody has looked around at their yellow neighbors, at their yellow children, at their own yellow hands, and said the most natural thing a person could say, which is, why are we all this color? The answer, the one the show has never given, but has been quietly demonstrating since the very first season, has layers to it. And those layers, when you start to peel them back in the dark quiet of a late evening, start to feel less like a production decision and more like the most elaborate buried confession in the history of American television. Let us start with the origin. The story most people know, the one the show's creators have repeated in interviews, is that Matt Groening chose yellow because it would stand out on television. In 1989, when the show was being designed, most animated characters had skin tones that blended with the borders of the television frame when the image quality degraded, which it often did on the cathode ray tube sets that most households were watching on. Yellow, the thinking went, would pop. It would be instantly recognizable even on a bad set, even through static, even when the color calibration was off. Yellow was a practical choice, a visibility choice, a branding choice. This is true. It is also, when you sit with it long enough, deeply inadequate as an explanation. Because the production choice does not explain what the show did with that color once it had it. It does not explain why the show spent 36 years building a visual language around the yellowness of its characters, creating a world where the color functions not just as an aesthetic identifier, but as a boundary marker, a dividing line between people who belong to Springfield and people who come from somewhere else. Watch any episode featuring a guest character from outside the town. Watch carefully. A celebrity visiting Springfield. A government official arriving to inspect the plant. A childhood friend of Homer's who moved away and is coming back for a reunion. Watch what they look like against the backdrop of the town's permanent residents. They look different. Not different in the way that different character designs naturally vary. Different in a structural way, a proportional way. Guest characters and outsiders in The Simpsons tend toward more realistic anatomical proportions. Their eyes sit at a more natural position on their faces. Their skulls have a more recognizable shape. Their features, while still animated, hew closer to the geometry of actual human faces than the faces of Springfield's long-term residents. And their skin is not yellow. It might be a soft peach. It might be a warm tan. It might be various shades that correspond to actual human complexions. But it is not the specific, flat, impossible yellow that every Springfield native carries. Now, the official explanation for this is that the show uses a more stylized design language for its regular characters and a more realistic one for guests because the guests are often based on real people or playing real people. And the visual difference is meant to help viewers register them as different kinds of characters, real-world visitors against the cartoon world permanent residents. This is also probably true. But within the logic of the show's own universe, within the world as Springfield experiences it, the visual difference is not a production note. It is a fact of reality. There are people in this show who look one way and people who look another way. And the people who look the Springfield way, the yellow ones, the four-fingered ones, the overbite and bulging eye ones, are specifically the people who have lived in Springfield for any significant length of time. Think about what that means, slowly, the way you would think about something that only starts to make sense when the rest of the house has gone quiet. The color is not just a style. The color is a symptom. And the show has been leaving evidence of this buried so deep in its visual grammar that 36 years of viewers have absorbed it without ever quite consciously registering what they were being told. Consider the Simpson family specifically. Homer's yellow is the yellow of a man who has spent his entire adult working life in proximity to an active nuclear reactor. He does not wear protective equipment on most days. He falls asleep at his workstation with regularity. He once put a donut in the reactor core to see what would happen. The nuclear plant that employs him has been cited for 342 safety violations. A number the show drops once and never follows up on, as if the most dangerous industrial facility in the history of fiction, having 342 documented hazards, is the kind of detail that does not require further attention. Homer is yellow. Homer's children are yellow. Marge is yellow, and Marge worked at the plant herself during the period depicted in Season 3's episode, Homer Alone. And while her tenure was brief, the plant's contamination radius extends well beyond its walls, through the water table, through the air, through the soil of a community that has been living downwind of cracked cooling towers, and luminous rats, and human skeletons in the basement for longer than most of its residents have been alive. The yellow skin is the first secret the show buried. Not because it represents something specific and verifiable like a medical condition, but because it represents the show's willingness to hide something enormous inside the most visible possible element of its design. The thing that everyone sees and nobody questions is always the most interesting thing. The yellow is right there. It has always been right there. And if you follow the yellow, if you start pulling on the thread that the color represents, you find a version of Springfield that is not quite the comfortable animated sitcom it presents itself as. You find a town that is marked. There is an episode in Season 8 called The Springfield Files, which we will return to many times throughout this journey, because it is arguably the most honest episode the show has ever made about what Springfield actually is. In that episode, Homer encounters what he believes to be an alien in the woods near the power plant. The whole town panics. The FBI sends agents. The mystery builds over the course of the episode toward a dramatic reveal. The reveal is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing weekly medical treatments so aggressive, so saturated with chemical and radioactive compounds, that his body emits a visible green glow in the darkness. He wanders from his treatment facility in a dazed, euphoric state, moving through the trees near the plant with the slow, luminous quality of something that has stepped outside the normal rules of biology. Homer sees this glowing figure and his mind goes immediately to alien, not to radiation, not to the power plant that his entire life has been organized around. Not to the obvious possibility that a man soaked in enough radioactive material will eventually start generating his own light. Homer sees green luminescence in the woods near the nuclear facility he works at, and his cognitive process skips directly from the evidence to the most impossible explanation available. This is what cognitive damage looks like when it has been running long enough to become a person's entire way of thinking. and Homer is yellow. Now let us talk about the specific shade. The Simpsons yellow is not a random color pulled from a wheel. It has a Pantone designation. It has a hex code. It has been rigorously maintained across 36 years of production to remain consistent within the show's visual identity. The color is protected. The color is intentional. The specific quality of this yellow, when you look at it against a white background, suggests pallor rather than pigmentation. This is not the yellow of sunlight or wheat or the warm gold of autumn. This is the yellow of something that is not quite right. The yellow that medical professionals associate with elevated bilirubin levels. The yellow that indicates a liver working harder than it should. The yellow of a body processing something it was not designed to process. The show chose this yellow. Of all the yellows available, of all the warmer, richer, more comfortable shades that could have served the practical purpose of on-screen visibility, the production landed on a color that sits precisely at the intersection of cartoon visibility and biological wrongness. That is either an extraordinary coincidence or the most subtle piece of visual storytelling in the history of the medium. And they put it on a family that lives next to a nuclear plant. Let us look at the rest of the color vocabulary the show uses, because the yellow does not exist in isolation. Springfield's visual language is built on a specific palette, and each piece of that palette carries meaning that the show never explains but consistently applies. The sky over Springfield, when it appears in establishing shots, has a quality that differs from the skies in episodes that take place outside the town. When the Simpsons travel, which they do with surprising frequency for a family that is canonically always struggling with finances, the backgrounds shift. Colors become cleaner. Shadows behave more predictably. The atmosphere in non-Springfield locations has a clarity that the air over Evergreen Terrace does not. This is a background detail. It is the kind of thing that lives in your peripheral vision while the main action of the episode occupies your attention. But it is there, and it has been there across decades of production, which means it is not an accident of individual episode direction. It is a consistent atmospheric signature that the show applies to Springfield and withholds from everywhere else. Springfield's air is a different color. The Springfield nuclear power plant is the only visible building in most establishing shots of the town. Before you see the elementary school or the church or the quick E-Mart, before you see any of the residential streets or the gorge or the tire fire, you see the cooling towers. They are the tallest structures in Springfield's skyline. They dominate every bird's eye view of the town. They are always smoking, not sometimes smoking. Not smoking in episodes where the plot involves the plant. Always smoking in the background, in every establishing shot, in every wide view of Springfield from any angle. The plant is always producing. The plant is always releasing. The sky above Springfield is always receiving whatever the cooling towers are generating, and the color of that sky has been subtly off for 36 years. Most people watching do not consciously register this. It lives below the threshold of active attention, in the same zone where background music operates, shaping your emotional response without announcing itself as a variable. You feel Springfield as a slightly unpleasant place without being able to articulate exactly why, and the answer has been sitting in the upper third of every frame the whole time. The color of the town is the confession. There is another dimension to the yellow that operates on a more personal level, one that is easy to miss because it requires you to hold multiple seasons of the show in your mind simultaneously and notice a pattern that develops so slowly it is almost invisible. The characters who arrive in Springfield healthy and leave quickly tend to maintain their outside coloring when they appear. But the characters who come to Springfield and stay, who settle there, who build lives and routines and social connections in the town, these characters gradually begin to look more like Springfield residents over the course of their appearances. It is not a dramatic shift. It is not a sudden overnight transformation. It is subtle enough that you might watch the same character across 15 episodes spread over 3 seasons and not consciously notice that their visual design has drifted toward the Springfield standard. But it has. This is the kind of detail that lives in the show's subtext, that accumulates quietly over years of production, that requires the specific kind of attention you can only give something late at night when the noise of the day has finally settled and you are just letting the images move past you without actively trying to parse them. The yellow is contagious, not in a dramatic, plot-driven way. In a slow, atmospheric, this is what happens when you stay too long way. Springfield changes the people who live in it, and the show tells you this through the most fundamental layer of its visual design: the color of the characters. The skin that has always been right there in every frame, that has been hiding the show's deepest secret inside its most visible element for longer than most of its audience has been alive. Now, let us talk about the 4 fingers. Every regular Springfield resident has 4 fingers on each hand. This is another production choice with a stated practical origin. 4 fingers are easier to animate than 5, and the simplification has been standard practice in animation since the earliest days of the art form. Mickey Mouse has 4 fingers. Bugs Bunny has 4 fingers. The Simpsons having 4 fingers is simply following an established convention. Except, God has 5 fingers in the Simpsons universe. This is not a rumor or a fan observation that has been disputed. It is a canonical visual fact from the episode Homer the Heretic, where God appears to Homer in a dream sequence and is depicted with a complete human hand, all 5 fingers accounted for, accounted. God is the only character in the Springfield universe who is drawn with the full complement of digits. Every Springfield resident, 4 fingers. God, 5 fingers. The show drew a visual line between its human characters and the divine, and the line it drew was 1 missing finger per hand. Within the show's own visual logic, the 4-fingered hand is not the default human hand. It is a specifically human in Springfield hand. Something about existing in Springfield has subtracted a finger from the human standard, and the show is aware of this because it knows exactly how to draw a hand with 5 fingers when it wants to. It chooses not to for Springfield residents. This is, in the most technical sense of the phrase, a detail that has been buried in plain sight. It appears in every frame featuring a character's hands. It has appeared in thousands of episodes. And it means something within the show's own visual grammar that the show has never once explained, never once called attention to, never once asked a character to notice. They are all missing a finger. All of them. For 36 years. Right there in every frame. The overbites, the bulging eyes, the spiky hair that maintains architectural stability without product or styling. These are the standard elements of The Simpsons character design that everyone accepts as house style, as the particular visual vocabulary the show uses to differentiate itself from other animated series. And they are all of that. But they are also, under a different reading, a consistent set of physical characteristics shared by every member of a population that has been living inside a radiation contamination zone for multiple generations. The show put all of this on the surface. It dressed it as art style. It presented it as visual branding. And then it ran for 36 years, letting the buried meaning accumulate underneath the accepted explanation, knowing that the accepted explanation would do its job of keeping most viewers comfortable, knowing that the small percentage of viewers who would eventually notice the gap between the explanation and the evidence would find something extraordinary waiting for them in that gap. The yellow is not just a color. It is the show's first buried secret, its most visible one, its most patient one. And it has been sitting there in every single frame since the very first episode, wearing the face of a harmless production convention, waiting to be seen. The night you stop just watching the yellow and start asking why the yellow is there, Springfield gets a little stranger. The air gets a little thicker. The cooling towers on the horizon stop being background decoration and start being the explanation for everything you have been looking at without seeing. And the comfortable weight of a show you have watched your whole life begins to carry a different kind of pressure. The pressure of something that has been trying to tell you something for a very long time. Something the color has always known. Something nobody in Springfield will ever say out loud. If you are still with us this far, drop a comment below with your time and your location. There is something calming about knowing that someone in a completely different part of the world is falling asleep to the same Springfield secrets you are. Subscribe if this is the kind of deep quiet you want more of. We will be here all night. Section 2. The couch. Every episode of The Simpsons begins the same way. The family rushes home. The front door opens. 5 people pile through the house at speed, converging on the living room from different directions, and they land on the couch in a single moment of domestic arrival. It has been happening since the earliest episodes of the show. It is the most reliably repeated visual in American television history. The couch gag. And for most of the show's audience, for most of the people who have watched The Simpsons across 3.5 decades of Sunday evenings, the couch gag is the part you watch once and then fast forward through. It is the commercial break before the actual episode begins. It is the show marking time between the chalkboard and the plot. It is a container of varying content, sometimes clever, sometimes elaborate, sometimes so strange it becomes the most talked about thing in the episode, but ultimately peripheral, decorative, optional. Except it is not optional. The couch gag is the place where the show has been burying its most important confessions for 36 years. Not every single one, not in every episode, but with a consistency and a precision that, once you begin to track it, becomes impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Let us start with what the couch actually represents. The living room at 742 Evergreen Terrace is the emotional center of the show. Not the power plant, not the school, not Moe's Tavern, not the church. The couch. This specific piece of furniture in this specific room is the place where the Simpsons family exists in its most fundamental state, together in their home at rest. The couch is where Homer and Marge watch television while the kids do their homework or argue or come and go as children do. It is the gravitational center of the family's domestic life. The couch gag takes this piece of furniture, the symbol of domestic stability and family permanence, and it unmoors it. Every episode, the couch is different. Not the actual furniture in the story, but the couch as a visual symbol in the opening sequence. It transforms. It becomes something else. It becomes the site of an elaborate visual joke or an artistic experiment, or a disturbing visual metaphor that the episode then proceeds to completely ignore. The couch gag is the show's unconscious. It is the part of the program that operates below the narrative surface, that says things the plot cannot say directly, that processes the themes and anxieties and buried meanings of the episode or the season or the entire run of the show through visual free association. 36 years of couch gags taken together constitute a kind of parallel text to the show itself, a secondary document written in the language of visual metaphor rather than dialogue that runs alongside the official story and quietly contradicts, complicates, or illuminates it. This is not a theory. This is demonstrably true if you are willing to spend time in the couch gag archive in the specific way that late-night watching allows. The sustained attention, the unfocused peripheral awareness that you bring to something when you are letting yourself drift rather than actively following a narrative. Let us look at the couch gags as a body of work, The earliest couch gags from the first and second seasons are simple. The family sits down and something mildly absurd happens. The couch is already occupied by strangers. The family files onto it in the wrong order. The couch sinks through the floor. They are brief, almost perfunctory, clearly an afterthought of the production process, a flexible timing device that allows the opening sequence to expand or contract depending on the episode's running length. But something happens around season 3. The couch gags begin to develop a vocabulary. They begin to reference each other. They begin to comment on the nature of the show itself. They begin to know that they are being watched. This is the moment the couch gag becomes something other than a timing device. The meta couch gags, the ones that explicitly acknowledge the mechanics of the show's production, first appear in season 3 and 4 and grow more frequent and more elaborate as the series progresses. The family arrives at the couch and finds a film crew already there. The family arrives and is replaced by another animated family. The family arrives and the animator's hand reaches in from off-screen and erases them. The family arrives and discovers that the couch, the house, the entire set has been put up for sale. These gags operate on a frequency that the rest of the episode does not. The plot of any given Simpsons episode exists inside the show's fictional universe, inside Springfield, inside the logic of these characters and their world. The meta-couch gag exists outside that universe. It speaks from a place that knows the show is a show, that knows the characters are constructions, that knows the couch is not a real couch, but a symbol being used and reused and endlessly reproduced across decades of production. And what does it mean within that meta-awareness? That the show keeps returning to the couch? What does it mean that episode after episode, year after year, decade after decade, the family rushes back to this piece of furniture and something strange and often frightening happens to them there? And then the episode begins and none of it is referenced again? The couch gag is a recurring motif of return and disruption. The family always comes home. Home always does something unexpected to them, and they always absorb it and move on. There is a couch gag from season 6 that has become one of the most frequently analyzed in the show's history. The Simpsons family does not appear at all. Instead, a generic, non-Simpsons animated family runs in and sits on the couch. They look around, confused. A police officer enters, handcuffs them, and drags them away. The real Simpsons family then enters and sits down normally. The official reading of this gag is that it is a joke about knockoff animated shows, the imitation sitcoms that appeared in the early 90s, attempting to replicate The Simpsons' success. It is a territorial joke about intellectual property and creative originality. This is correct. But watch it again and notice what happens to the fake family. They are arrested. They are removed from the home by law enforcement. They are treated as criminals for the act of sitting on the Simpsons couch. The punishment for occupying the space that belongs to the real family is criminal prosecution and removal. Now apply this to the Armin Tomzarian storyline, the principal and the pauper, which we have already explored in a different context. A man occupies an identity that does not belong to him. He builds a life inside that stolen space. And when the truth emerges, when the real owner of that identity appears and tries to reclaim what is his, it is the truth teller who gets expelled from the community. Not the imposter. The couch gag knows this. The couch gag has always known this. Years before the episode that would make the subtext explicit, the couch gag was already working through the show's deep anxiety about legitimacy, identity, and what happens to the people who occupy spaces that were not designed for them. Let us spend some time with the couch gags that have gone almost entirely undiscussed in the mainstream conversation about the show. Season 9. The family arrives and the couch has been replaced by an electric chair. They sit on it anyway. They are electrocuted. They sit there smoking as the lights dim. The official reading, absurdist comedy. The couch becomes an instrument of death. Ha! But the season 9 electric chair couch gag is the same season as The Principal and the Pauper, the episode the show's own creator has called one of the most controversial in the series' history. It is a season defined by the show's willingness to do things that its audience did not want it to do, to push past the comfort zone of what a beloved family sitcom is supposed to be. The electric chair sits at the head of that season in its opening sequence, as an image of the family absorbing punishment without resistance, without complaint, without even registering that what is happening to them should not be happening. They sit in the electric chair and they smoke and the lights dim and the episode begins. This is not a coincidence. This is the couch gag doing what the couch gag has always done in its most sophisticated moments, announcing the emotional register of what is coming before the narrative has a chance to establish it. The couch gag as overture, the visual statement that precedes the spoken text. Season 23 has a couch gag directed by the street artist Banksy, which became one of the most shared and discussed pieces of Simpsons content in the internet era, despite being only 90 seconds long. In it, a Simpsons-themed sweatshop produces the show's merchandise under conditions of grotesque exploitation. Pandas and unicorns are used as industrial machinery. Children fill boxes with DVDs while a cat is ground into packing film. The normal couch gag sequence plays out as usual while beneath the studio floor. In the dark infrastructure of production, something terrible is happening. The Banksy couch gag is explicitly about what hides underneath the comfortable surface. It is about the cost of the product you are consuming and the invisible labor and suffering that the product's glossy exterior conceals. It is a couch gag that says, there is a subtext here. There has always been a subtext here. The thing you are watching exists inside a system that you are not shown, and if you were shown it, you would be disturbed. This is the couch gag making explicit what the more subtle couch gags have always done implicitly. There is something under the floor. There is a cost that the entertainment does not disclose. There is a gap between the surface and the reality, and the couch is sitting right on top of it. The couch gag is also, and this is the dimension that most analysis skips entirely, a running meditation on the nature of repetition itself. Consider what the couch gag is. Every episode, the same opening, the same characters, the same home, the same destination. The family disperses through the day, through the school and the plant and the grocery store and all the varied settings of Springfield life. And then at the end of the opening sequence, they always return to the same place. The couch, the living room, home. This is the structure of every episode too, of course. The Simpsons famously resets between episodes, the catastrophes and revelations, and world-ending events of any given week forgotten by the next Sunday. But the opening sequence, being the same in its basic structure every single episode, makes this reset visible in a way the episodes themselves do not. Every week the family comes home. Every week the couch is there. Every week something happens, and then it does not matter. The show has been making a philosophical statement about repetition and the impossibility of change through its opening sequence for 36 years. And most viewers have processed this as a charming ritual rather than an existential argument, but the couch gag knows what it is doing. There is a specific subset of couch gags that deserve special attention, the ones that are upsetting in ways the show does not acknowledge and never returns to. Season 14. The family arrives at the couch to find alien versions of themselves already sitting there. The humans and the aliens stare at each other. A gunfight breaks out. The humans win. They sit on the couch surrounded by the bodies of their alien doubles. Season 20. The couch is in a museum. A guard sits next to it. The family enters as tourists, photographs the couch, and leaves. They are visitors in their own home. The couch has become an artifact. Season 28. The family arrives and the living room is on fire. They sit on the couch anyway. The fire burns. Nobody moves. The last one. Write that one down somewhere in the part of your mind that keeps notes on things that feel important. The house is burning. They sit on the couch. Nobody moves. This is not comedy. This is not absurdist humor deployed in service of a timing joke. This is the show depicting its own family sitting in a burning house and refusing to respond to the fire, and then starting an episode of television, and the episode proceeds as normal. The couch gag knows about the radiation theory. The couch gag knows about the town's capacity for denial. The couch gag knows about the impossibility of change in Springfield. And it has been dramatizing this knowledge in its brief visual flashes for decades, while the rest of the show has maintained its comfortable surface. There are couch gags that feature the family as different species, different time periods, different art styles. There are couch gags that feature the family as skeletons. There are couch gags that feature the family arriving at the couch only to find that the couch is no longer there, that the house is no longer there, that they are standing in an empty lot, in a field, in space, in a primordial landscape with no civilization around them. In all of these gags, the family's reaction is the same. They sit down anyway. Or they stand in the space where the couch should be and assume the sitting position. Or they float in the vacuum of space and the arrangement they would normally use to watch television, in the absence of any couch or gravity or breathable air. The family always assumes the couch position, even when there is no couch. This is the most quietly disturbing fact about the couch gag, the one that becomes most apparent in the late quiet of a night when you are watching without your defenses up. The family is not attached to the couch. The family is attached to the ritual of the couch, the act of returning home and sitting together in a specific configuration. The couch is a prop in a ceremony, and the ceremony would continue even if the prop were removed. Because the couch is not really about furniture. It is about the idea that the family endures. That whatever happens in the opening sequence, however strange or violent or metaphysically disturbing, the family arrives together and they sit together and they face the television together. The couch gag is a love letter written in the language of visual anxiety. It says, here is the family, here is the home, here is the ritual of return and rest. And here is every way that ritual could be disrupted, inverted, threatened, undermined, or made strange. And here's the family sitting down anyway. There is something in the couch gag that no other element of the show contains in quite this concentrated form. A tenderness toward the family that is inseparable from a terror of losing them. A warmth that is made warmer by the darkness surrounding it in every frame. The couch is always there, the family always finds it. And the gag is always slightly wrong in a way that makes the rightness of the family's arrival feel fragile and precious. Every couch gag, even the funny ones, even the quick ones, carries this undertone. It is built into the structure. Home is the destination. Home is slightly broken. The family comes home anyway. If you fall asleep to The Simpsons, if you let the episodes roll past the point where you are actively watching and into the realm where the images and sounds become part of your ambient environment, the couch gag is often the last fully conscious image you register before the show becomes background. The family running, the couch arriving, something that is strange happening, the episode beginning. You carry that image into sleep. And the show has spent 36 years making sure that what you carry is not just a harmless entertainment logo. It is a question dressed as a joke. A buried note that asks, what would you do if you came home and home was different? What would you do if the couch was burning? What would you do if the house was gone? Would you sit down anyway? The Simpsons family always does. And somewhere inside the decision to let that image be the last thing you see before each episode begins, The show is telling you something about what it means to be a family, about what home actually is beneath the architecture and the furniture, about why the ritual of return matters even when, especially when, home is not quite right. The couch knows. The couch has always known. It just never says it out loud. Section 3. The Chalkboard. The chalkboard gag is 36 years of a 10-year-old writing the same thing over and over again, except it is never the same thing. This is the paradox at the heart of one of the Simpsons' most beloved recurring elements. Bart Simpson stands at the chalkboard in the opening sequence, writing lines as punishment, the kind of repetitive exercise meant to impress, a lesson through sheer physical repetition. It is a punishment built on the logic that if you write something enough times, it becomes part of you, that the hand teaches the mind through mechanical repetition. But Bart never writes the same thing twice. Each chalkboard gag is different. Each one is a new sentence, a new confession, a new declaration, a new joke. They vary in tone from self-deprecating to defiant to darkly philosophical. Some of them are obvious comedy. Some of them are strange in a way that takes a moment to settle. Some of them, the ones that tend to surface in discussions of the show's buried content, are not jokes at all. They are statements. They are observations. They are things a 10-year-old character is writing on a school chalkboard that carry meanings no 10-year-old should be carrying. Let us spend time with them the way they deserve, not as a parade of amusing one-liners, but as a body of text that has been accumulating since 1989. The first chalkboard gag in the show's history is from the series premiere on December 17th, 1989. Bart writes, "I will not waste chalk." This is a meta gag, the show acknowledging in its very first frame that the chalkboard gag is itself a form of waste, an exercise in using chalk to write about the meaninglessness of writing with chalk. It is self-aware from the beginning. The show announces itself as a program that knows what it is doing with its own devices. But the self-awareness is also a deflection. By making the first chalkboard gag about the gag itself, the show establishes a layer of ironic distance that it will use to do much of its most interesting work for the next 3 decades. The ironic frame allows the show to say things directly while maintaining the appearance of just playing around. The chalkboard gag can confess because the chalkboard gag is a joke, and jokes are protected by their own framing. Consider the chalkboard gag "I will not waste chalk" in a different light. A child being made to write the same thing repeatedly as punishment is being subjected to a process of behavioral modification through physical repetition. The punishment assumes that writing changes you, that the mechanical act of producing words alters your internal state toward compliance. And the child, rather than complying, writes about the compliance mechanism itself. He subverts the punishment by making it self-referential. This is Bart Simpson's relationship to authority in a single image. He cannot escape the punishment, but he can refuse to be changed by it. And the refusal takes the form of intelligence rather than rebellion. Now let us look at the chalkboard gags that fall outside the comfortable comedy register. Season 4. Bart writes, "I will not expose the ignorance of the faculty." This one sits at the edge of threat. It is a child writing, in the context of punishment, that he is capable of exposing the people who are punishing him, but has agreed not to. This is a coerced silence, not a genuine one. The chalkboard gag is Bart documenting the terms of his own suppression. Season 5. Bart writes, "I will not conduct my own fire drills." This is funny in the context of a Bart prank. It is also a precise description of what happens when a child tries to exercise institutional authority outside the structures designed to contain institutional authority. Fire drills are for safety. They are run by the institution. A child conducting his own fire drill is a child who has decided that the institution is insufficient and has taken over its function himself. The punishment for this is writing the transgression on a chalkboard. Season 6. Bart writes, "I will not sell land in Florida." This one works as a pure absurdist joke. Funny precisely because it is impossible to imagine what sequence of events would lead to a 10-year-old needing this as a lesson. But the Florida land scam, the fraudulent sale of swampland to unsuspecting buyers, is one of the oldest and most specifically American forms of con artistry. It is the promise of paradise that is actually a purchase of worthlessness. It is the gap between the sales pitch and the reality. If you hold that image alongside the radiation theory, alongside the idea that Springfield is a contamination zone being sold to its residents as a normal American town, the Florida land gag takes on a different quality. Bart is being punished for something his employer does every day. The town he lives in is the swampland being sold as paradise. The whole town is a Florida land scam. Season 8. Bart writes, "No one wants to hear from a kid about drugs. This is the one that stops you, the one that a specific kind of late-night attention will not let pass without notice." A child writing that children are not supposed to talk about drugs is a child who is aware that there are things in his world that he is not supposed to name. The knowledge exists. The problem exists. The child exists. The child just cannot say it. Who benefits from children not being able to talk about drugs in Springfield? The same person who benefits from adults not being able to talk about the three-eyed fish. The same person who benefits from the medical establishment not investigating why a child had a crayon lodged in his skull for years without detection. The chalkboard knows what the plot cannot say. Bart writes it in chalk, and it disappears by next week, and the town continues. Season 12. Bart writes, "I was not told to do this." This might be the most unsettling chalkboard gag in the show's history for exactly the reason that makes it almost invisible. The joke, insofar as there is one, is that the line contradicts itself. Bart saying at the chalkboard that he was not told to be at the chalkboard. But underneath the self-contradiction is a more disturbing reading. A child writing that he was not told to do this is a child who is aware that the things he does are usually things he was told to do. He is asserting spontaneous agency in a context that exists entirely because of institutional authority. He is writing under compulsion, that he is not being compelled. The chalkboard gag has a secret structure that most episode guides do not discuss, which is the relationship between the chalkboard text and the episode content. This relationship is not consistent. It is not a rule that the chalkboard always previews the episode. But it is frequent enough and precise enough when it occurs to constitute a pattern. Season 3, Episode 24. Brother, can you spare 2 dimes? The chalkboard gag is, Bart writes, "I will not sell miracle cures." The episode involves Homer receiving money from the power plant as compensation for radiation-related injury and then being manipulated out of it. The miracle cure being sold in this episode is not a literal product. It is the promise that money will fix what money made broken. The compensation for radiation damage is paid in cash, which is used to purchase a massage chair, which does not fix the radiation damage. The chalkboard told you what the episode was about before the episode began. Season 7, Episode 1, The Resolution of Who Shot Mr. Burns, the most watched episode in the show's history to that point. The chalkboard gag is, Bart writes, "I will not complain about the solution when I was the one who brought up the problem." This is extraordinary. On the single most anticipated episode of the show's run, the chalkboard is addressing the audience's relationship to the mystery directly. You wanted a mystery. You got a mystery. The solution may not satisfy you, but you do not get to complain about the solution when the solution was always the point of the exercise. The chalkboard gag is speaking directly to the audience about the audience's expectations of narrative satisfaction. It is either a remarkably confident statement from the writers about their own resolution of the mystery, or it is a wink at the audience acknowledging that the resolution is imperfect and daring the audience to object. Given everything we know about the contested nature of the Who Shot Burns solution, about the alternate endings that were filmed, and the suspect pool that was never fully eliminated, the season 7 premiere chalkboard gag reads less like confidence and more like preemptive surrender. The writers knew the answer was going to disappoint some people. The chalkboard said so. Let us look at the chalkboard gags that have become part of the show's relationship with real-world events. In a 1998 episode, Bart writes, "The Pledge of Allegiance does not end with, quote, 'Hail Satan,' unquote." This appears in the years when debates about the Pledge of Allegiance in schools were becoming a recurring cultural flashpoint, a period when the relationship between public education and religious expression was being actively contested. The chalkboard acknowledges the controversy with a joke that cuts in multiple directions simultaneously. It reassures the audience that Bart knows the Pledge of Allegiance does not end that way, while the fact that this is being written as a punishment means someone thought he said it did. Season 13, 2001. Bart writes, "I will stop phoning it in. This one is the show talking to itself." The 13th season of The Simpsons was already deep into the period when critical consensus had decided the show had passed its peak. The writers knew this. The chalkboard gag acknowledges it directly. A show in its 13th season writing a meta-joke about the diminishing quality of its own performance, using the chalkboard to confess what the show could not say through its characters. The critics said the show was phoning it in. The chalkboard said, "We know." There's a small group of chalkboard gags that appear to be direct communications from the production to the audience about things that are happening in the real world of the show, behind the scenes, in the machinery of production, rather than in Springfield. When Harry Shearer, who voices Mr. Burns and Principal Skinner and several other characters, went through a contract dispute with Fox in 2015, the period of uncertainty around whether he would return to the show generated a specific kind of anxiety in the fan community. Several episodes from the period around this dispute contain chalkboard gags that seem to acknowledge the situation without stating it directly. Bart writes, "The voice of Burns is eternal." Bart writes, "I will not negotiate in public." Bart writes, "Some things are better left unsaid in chalk." That last one is worth pausing on. Some things are better left unsaid in chalk. This is a chalkboard gag that is explicitly about the chalkboard gag's own limits. There are things the chalkboard cannot say. There are things that live below even the level of the chalkboard's protected ironic space. The chalkboard itself has a subtext, and the subtext has content that exceeds the chalkboard's capacity. This is the show's confession about the confession. It is almost vertiginous in its self-awareness. The chalkboard gags that deal with Bart's relationship to punishment are where the buried content is most concentrated, because the punishment is the frame and the chalkboard is the content produced inside that frame. And the relationship between the frame and the content is where the show's deepest thinking about authority and resistance and the performance of compliance happens. Bart writes, "I will try to be more careful with fire." This is a straightforward comedy line about a cartoon character's recklessness with fire. It is also a child writing that he has been careless with something dangerous and will try, not promise, to be better. The word try is doing considerable work here. He is not committing to change. He is committing to the attempt at change. In the context of punishment designed to produce compliance, this is the minimum possible compliance. The letter of the sentence without its spirit. Bart writes, "I will not flush evidence." This one. What evidence? There is no episode called out in the chalkboard. No plot is being referenced. A child is writing that he will not flush evidence, and the word evidence implies that there was something to dispose of, that the disposal was considered, and that the lesson being learned is specifically not to use the toilet for evidence disposal rather than not to have evidence to begin with. This is a chalkboard gag about the existence of incriminating material that has been successfully hidden by a 10-year-old child. Bart writes, "I am not a 32-year-old woman. This appears in a specific episode and refers to a specific context within that episode. But remove it from that context and let it sit alone on the chalkboard." A child writing that he is not an adult woman is a child asserting the correctness of his own identity against some implied challenge to it. The very act of writing it means someone thought he might be. The chalkboard documents the challenge even in the act of refuting it. Late in the show's run, in a season that arrived after most of the cultural conversation about the show had settled into the comfortable narrative of a once great program coasting on its legacy, Bart writes, "This is not my best work. No, it is not. It is a show in its later seasons, still running, still producing, still filling the chalkboard every week. This is not the early seasons of sharp edges and earned emotional weight. This is not the golden age. The chalkboard says so. But the chalkboard has always been honest. That is its function, buried inside the joke of a child writing lines. The chalkboard is where the show tells the truth it cannot tell through its characters, where the production addresses the audience directly without breaking the frame all the way, where the accumulated weight of 36 years of seasons and criticisms and controversies and changes gets processed in 20-word doses. The chalkboard knows what the show cannot say. It always has. Bart fills it week after week, and the lines vanish at the end of the cold open, and Springfield resets, and the episode begins. But if you could somehow read all the chalkboard gags together, all of them in sequence, not as individual jokes, but as a single accumulating text, you would find something that looks less like a list of punishments and more like a confession. A confession from a show that has known exactly what it was doing since the very first day, writing, "I will not waste chalk while wasting chalk by the ton," producing confession after confession in a space protected by irony, leaving messages for the audience members who were paying attention in the right way, in the slow, patient way that late nights and quiet houses make possible. The chalkboard was never about punishment. It was always about testimony. Section 4. The background characters. Springfield is full of people. Not the main family, not the recurring supporting cast whose names you know and whose storylines you follow, but the other ones. The crowd at the baseball game, the faces at the town hall meeting, the people in line at the grocery store, the figures visible through the window of the diner where the main characters are having the conversation that carries the episode's plot. These people are not accidents. They are not the production design equivalent of furniture added to fill space and create the illusion of a populated world. They are a text, a secondary document, a visual record of the show's buried concerns that operates entirely in the margins, in the places where the audience's attention is not directed. The background characters of Springfield have lives. The show has demonstrated this across 36 seasons in ways that require a very specific kind of attention to accumulate, the kind that is available when you are watching in the loose, relaxed way of someone who has seen most of these episodes before and is letting them wash over rather than actively following. Let us begin with the most famous background character in the show's history, Hans Moleman. He is small. He is old. He is nearly blind. He wears thick glasses and moves through the world with the slightly bewildered quality of someone who is not entirely sure the world extends beyond the few feet in front of him. He is, by his own statement, made in a Season 7 episode, 31 years old. He looks like he is in his late 80s. This is either a joke about a man who has aged extraordinarily badly, which is how the show presents it, or it is the most extreme case of radiation-accelerated aging in Springfield, which is how the theories present it. A man in his early 30s who looks like he is at the end of a natural lifespan, who dies with such regularity that the show treats his death as a recurring comedy beat rather than a dramatic event, who appears in the background of Springfield scenes that span decades without any change in his appearance. If Hans Moleman is 31, and if the radiation theory holds that the power plant's contamination is responsible for the unusual physical characteristics of Springfield's residents, then Hans Moleman represents the far end of the mutation spectrum, the case where the biological disruption did not stop at yellow skin and 4 fingers, but continued through the aging mechanisms themselves, accelerating a man through decades of physical deterioration while leaving his age frozen at 31. But Hans Moleman's most interesting quality is not his appearance or his age or even his extraordinary death rate. It is the fact that nobody in Springfield knows his name. Characters in the show refer to him by various names across different episodes. He has been called Hans Moleman, Hermann, Jim, Gerald, Ralph, and approximately 12 other names by different characters in different episodes. The show uses this inconsistency as a running gag about the character's lack of social significance, his invisibility within the community. Nobody can be bothered to remember what he is called. But a man who has lived in Springfield long enough to age 40 years in his 30s, a man who is present at every major community event, who appears in the background of the most consequential moments in Springfield's history, who dies repeatedly and returns without explanation. This man's name should be known. His presence should be noted. His survival should be remarkable. Instead, the town cannot remember what to call him. The community's inability to name Hans Moleman is not a joke about his unimportance. It is a symptom of the same cognitive damage that prevents Springfield from questioning the three-eyed fish, from investigating the human skeletons in the power plant basement, from noticing that their principal has been living under a stolen identity for 20 years. Springfield cannot name Hans Moleman because Springfield's memory is compromised. And Hans Moleman keeps dying and coming back because, in a town where memory is compromised, death and resurrection are both equally forgettable events. Now let us look at the background character who might be the most important secret in the entire show. Lurleen Lumpkin appears in Season 3, in the episode Colonel Homer, as a country singer Homer discovers at a roadhouse. The episode is about Homer's brief foray into music management and the implicit romantic tension between him and Lurleen that threatens his marriage. By the end of the episode, Lurleen is pursuing a music career and Homer has recommitted to Marge, and Lurleen exits the narrative. She never appears in a main storyline again. She becomes a background character. But she appears. Quietly. In the margins. In the background of Springfield scenes across multiple seasons. A figure visible through a window. A face in the crowd at a town meeting. A silhouette at the end of a bar. The show never calls attention to these background appearances. They are not flagged by the camera. They are not acknowledged by the main characters. Lurleen Lumpkin just quietly lives in Springfield after the episode that features her concludes, existing in the margins of other people's stories, present but unacknowledged. This is what happens to people when the main narrative moves on. They do not disappear. They remain in the world, living their lives in the background, occasionally visible in the periphery of other people's more important moments. The background characters of Springfield are the people that the narrative left behind. And the show has been documenting this, quietly, in the margins for 36 years. There is a background character who appears in the crowd at the Springfield nuclear power plant. Employee picnic in a Season 4 episode, a figure visible for approximately 3 seconds in a wide shot, who is wearing a radiation suit at an outdoor recreational event. Every other employee is in casual clothes. This one figure is in full protective gear at a company picnic. The camera never focuses on this figure. The main characters never notice this figure. The figure does not appear in any other episode. The shot lasts 3 seconds and moves on, but that figure is there. Someone drew that figure. Someone made the decision to include, in a crowd scene at a nuclear power plant picnic, a single person who is so aware of the radiation risk that they will not remove their protective equipment, even at a social event. 3 seconds. One figure, never referenced. This is the show documenting the gap between the official presentation of the nuclear plant as a harmless employer and the actual risk level that a person with complete information would reasonably respond to. The figure in the radiation suit is the show's buried acknowledgement that the situation at the plant is genuinely dangerous. It is hidden in a crowd scene in a 3-second wide shot. It is not a joke. It is a person in protective equipment at a picnic. The background characters who appear in the establishing shots of Springfield carry similar buried content if you give them the kind of attention they are not designed to receive. There's a recurring figure in the background of Main Street shots who is always moving in the wrong direction. Every other pedestrian is moving with the flow of foot traffic. This one figure is always moving against it, heading toward the off-screen space that the camera is not showing. In a show about a town that is trapped in a loop that resets and repeats and refuses to move forward, this figure moving against the current is either a background animator's private joke or the show's buried image of the person who is trying to leave. The person who is trying to leave never appears in the foreground. They are always at the edge of the frame, always moving away from the center of the narrative, always headed somewhere the camera is not pointed. Springfield has always contained the people who are trying to leave. The show just never follows them. Let us talk about the character known to fans as Dr. Nick. Nick Riviera is a recurring background and supporting character who functions as Springfield's discount medical practitioner, the physician you see when you cannot afford or access the legitimate healthcare options. He is a joke character. His incompetence played for comedy. His catchphrase, "Hi everybody," a reliable laugh-getter across multiple seasons. But Dr. Nick's incompetence is specific. It is the incompetence of a medical professional who has clearly received significant medical training and then either failed to retain it or chosen to set it aside. He knows enough to be dangerous. He knows enough to provide the appearance of medical care without the substance of it. In a town where the medical establishment is potentially compromised by Burns's influence, where a doctor failed to detect a crayon in a patient's skull for decades, where the population displays physical characteristics consistent with radiation exposure that no physician seems to have formally documented, Dr. Nick serves a function that goes beyond comedy. He is the healthcare option available to people who cannot demand quality. He is what you get when the system is structured to keep certain people from accessing real information about their own health. He is not just a joke about bad doctors. He is a joke about who gets the bad doctors. And he is always present. In every crowd scene involving Springfield's medical community doctor, Nick is there. Background decoration for the healthcare system's failure. His high-pitched greeting, a sound that means help is available but will not help you. The background characters of Springfield who are children deserve their own extended consideration. The show has always maintained a population of child background characters around Springfield Elementary, the nameless kids who populate Bart and Lisa's classrooms and hallways and playgrounds. These children exist in a permanent state of implied backstory, figures whose lives the narrative occasionally touches before moving on. But there is a specific thing that happens to the child background characters of Springfield that the show never addresses directly. They do not age either. This is expected in the context of the floating timeline. But the child background characters age differently than Bart and Lisa, in a way that requires you to hold seasons widely separated in your memory to notice. The background children of Springfield Elementary in the early seasons look like children of the 80s, stylistically dressed, with the visual language of a specific cultural moment. The background children of later seasons look like children of those later periods. Their clothes change, their visual vernacular shifts. Their cultural context updates with the floating timeline. But their faces, their physical characteristics, their relationship to the school building and the playground and the social hierarchies of childhood, these things remain constant. The same children in different clothes, the same dynamics in different decades. The background population of Springfield Elementary is a constant presence, wearing the costume of whatever era the floating timeline has currently reached. They are always 10, they are always there. Their names are never used. The background characters of Springfield are the show's most extensive piece of buried content because they require the most sustained and least directed attention to see clearly. You cannot see them while you are watching the episode. You can only see them while you are letting the episode happen around you, while you are in that specific state of relaxed peripheral awareness that late-night viewing makes possible. That is where the background characters live. In the periphery, in the margins, in the 3-second wide shots and the crowd scenes, and the glimpsed figures through windows and the faces in audiences. They have always been there. They will never have their names remembered. They are Springfield's most honest population. The people the narrative forgot, but the frame could not quite exclude. They fill the background of every scene, living their own dramas, carrying their own buried secrets, moving through a town that is strange in ways the main characters cannot see. And sometimes, if you are paying exactly the wrong kind of attention, if you are watching in the particular way that quiet houses and late nights make possible, you will see something in the background that should not be there. Something that does not fit the scene. Something that has been placed there deliberately in the knowledge that almost nobody will notice by a production team that has been burying its confessions in the margins for 36 years. The background knows everything. The background has always known everything. Section 5. The Marriages. The Simpsons is, at its most fundamental level, a love story. Not a grand romantic love story in the Hollywood tradition. Not a story about passion and sacrifice and the operatic extremes of human emotion. A quieter story. The story of two specific people who are profoundly wrong for each other in several important ways and have chosen to be together anyway, and have kept making that choice for 36 years, while the world around them has changed and they have not. Homer and Marge Simpson have one of the most analyzed relationships in the history of American television. They have also, buried underneath all the analysis and the essays and the think pieces, one of the most disturbing relationships in the history of American television. Not because either of them is cruel, not because the relationship contains the dramatic markers of abuse or dysfunction that typically generate that kind of analysis, but because of what the relationship reveals about what we are willing to accept in the name of love, about what we are willing to forget, about what we will do to protect the version of a relationship that we need rather than the one that is actually in front of us. Let us begin at the beginning, not the narrative beginning of their courtship that the show has depicted in various flashback episodes across different decades, but the thematic beginning. The question that the show is actually asking about these two people. Why are they together? The surface answer is because they love each other. This is true within the show, and the show makes it clear repeatedly, through the moments of genuine tenderness that appear between Homer's disasters and Marge's long-suffering patience. They love each other. This is not in question. But love is not enough of an explanation for what keeps them together across the specific challenges their marriage faces. Challenges that go considerably beyond the standard difficulties of a long-term partnership. Homer has ruined their finances so many times that the word ruin begins to lose its meaning. He has embarrassed Marge in front of every social circle she has ever tried to build. He has endangered their family through negligence with a regularity that would, in any realistic context, prompt serious conversations about capacity and responsibility. And Marge has stayed. She has stayed, and she has forgiven, and she has rebuilt, and she has absorbed the catastrophe of Homer's most recent disaster, and she has continued. The show presents Marge's constancy as a virtue, as the quality that makes her the emotional backbone of the family, the stability that holds everything together. But there are episodes, a specific cluster of them, distributed across the middle seasons of the show, that take a different view of Marge's constancy, that look at it from an angle that reveals something the main narrative is not quite willing to say. The most important of these is Season 3's Marge versus the Monorail. In this episode, Springfield receives a large sum of money, and a charismatic salesman named Lyle Lanley arrives to convince the town to spend it on a monorail. The salesman is clearly a fraud. The monorail is clearly dangerous. The evidence against the purchase is available to anyone paying attention. And Springfield buys the monorail. Springfield votes to spend its windfall on an unstable, unproven, clearly fraudulent transportation system because the salesman was charming and the song was catchy. Marge is the one character who tries to stop it. She investigates Lanley. She travels to the town where his last monorail was built and discovers the evidence of his fraud. She comes back to Springfield with the truth. Nobody listens to her. This is an episode about a marriage buried inside an episode about a monorail. Marge has the information. Marge has the evidence. Marge is the competent, attentive, intelligent member of this partnership. And the community around her, including Homer, proceeds with a decision that she has proven to be wrong, and her warning is absorbed by the narrative in the same way that the show absorbs all of Marge's warnings. As the reasonable position that is overridden by the irresistible force of the plot, the episode ends well enough. The disaster is averted through improvisation rather than through heeding Marge's prior warning. The lesson is not, listen to Marge. The lesson is, sometimes a disaster manages to fix itself. Marge was right, but her being right did not change anything. The situation changed itself. This is the structure of Marge's marriage. She is right. Her being right does not change things. Things change themselves, or they do not change. And either way, Marge is still there when it is over. Now look at the episodes that deal directly with the marriage's survival. There are more of them than the casual viewer remembers, because the show tends to resolve them quickly, to return Marge to her position of resigned constancy before the credits roll, to close the question before the audience has time to fully absorb what was being asked. Season 4's A Streetcar. Named Marge is built around Marge joining a local theater production of A Streetcar Named Desire, and finding in the role of Blanche DuBois an emotional vocabulary for her own experience that she cannot access in her daily life. The episode is typically discussed in terms of its depiction of Marge's suppressed creativity and intelligence. But the heart of the episode is the specific play she is performing. A Streetcar Named Desire is a story about a woman living in denial, maintaining a performance of gentility and normalcy in the face of circumstances that have stripped her of everything she was. Blanche DuBois is a woman whose version of reality is not quite the version that is actually in front of her, who is sustained by illusions that the world keeps puncturing, who has found that the truth of her situation is unbearable and so has constructed an alternative version. Marge Simpson plays Blanche DuBois in a local production. The show does not comment on this. It does not need to. The buried content is right there in the title of the play and the choice of the character, in the specific emotional register that Marge finds in performing a woman who prefers illusion to reality. Season 5's Homer Loves Flanders contains one of the most honest moments in the marriage's history. A moment that arrives so quickly and in such a comedy context that it tends to vanish before it can be properly registered. Homer, in the middle of his intense friendship with Ned Flanders, neglects Marge with the same completeness that he brings to all his obsessions. Marge, watching Homer lavish attention and care on the neighbor that he usually treats as a punchline, says to Lisa, "I just wish your father gave me that kind of attention." The daughter's response is a comfort, but the sentence is there. The longing is there. The evidence that the attention Homer shows other people in the grip of an obsession is the quality of attention Marge would like to receive from her own husband, simply and regularly, without the drama of an episode-length obsession, as part of the normal texture of a shared life. The show moves on. The marriage survives. The episode ends, but the sentence stays. Let us look at the specific episodes in which the marriage is explicitly threatened with dissolution, because the show handles these episodes in a way that reveals what it actually believes about the relationship, buried underneath the comedy resolution. Season 4's New Kid on the Block features Bart developing an infatuation with the teenage girl next door. The subplot involves Homer's regular visits to the Frying Dutchman, an all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant, and his lawsuit against the restaurant when he is removed before he is satisfied. This appears to be unrelated to any marriage content. It is a Homer eats too much comedy B story. But the structure of the episode places Homer's capacity for limitless consumption, his inability to stop consuming once he has begun, directly alongside Bart's first experience of romantic longing and rejection. The episode is about appetite, about wanting, about the gap between what you desire and what is available and how people respond to that gap. Homer's response is litigation. He sues the restaurant for denying him what he believes he was entitled to. He wins. He returns to the restaurant and eats until the restaurant staff are weeping. The episode never connects this to his marriage. But the buried question is there. What does it mean to be married to a man whose appetite for consumption, for taking until nothing is left? Is this specifically and comically extreme? Marge is married to a man who sued a restaurant so he could eat until the staff cried. The show treats this as the funny subplot. Season 8's The Springfield Files contains the marriage's most quietly devastating moment, and it arrives in a single line, almost inaudible against the comedy noise around it. Homer, in the grip of his alien-sighting obsession, has been spending his nights in the woods near the power plant looking for evidence. Marge, lying awake in the empty bed, says, "I just want my husband back. I just want my husband back." This is not a dramatic declaration. It is not a scene-stopping confession. It is a quiet murmur, an aside, a line that functions in the episode as a brief humanizing beat before the comedy resumes. But it is a woman saying that the man she married is absent in a way that is not physical. He is in the house, he is in the town, and she wants him back. The show does not follow up on this. It does not need to. The line is the buried content. The line is what the episode is doing beneath its alien mystery premise. A marriage in which one person is perpetually chasing something that cannot be found, and the other person is perpetually waiting in the space he was supposed to occupy. The marriage's buried history is also the show's buried history. The Homer and Marge love story has been retold multiple times across the series, each retelling adjusting the details to fit the floating timeline's demands. In the first version, they met in high school in the 1970s. In subsequent versions, they met in the 1980s, then the 1990s, then the 2000s. The decade of their courtship has changed completely. But what has not changed, across every version of the story, is the emotional structure of how they fell together. Homer wanted Marge immediately and completely. Marge was uncertain. Homer committed himself with a totality that was both overwhelming and eventually irresistible. They got together because Homer would not stop. This is a love story, or it is a story about persistence, overriding ambivalence, depending on which frame you use, and the show has been examining both readings simultaneously across 36 seasons, knowing that most of its audience will accept the love story frame without examining whether the persistence frame offers a different account of the same events. What does it mean that the marriage's origin story is a story about a man who would not take no for an answer? The show does not say. It just keeps retelling the story in different decades, adjusting the clothes and the music and the cultural references, while keeping the emotional structure exactly the same. Homer wanted Marge. Homer kept wanting. Marge relented. They have been married ever since. The marriage is the show's most buried thing, because it is also the show's most central thing. The other buried secrets of Springfield are things the town has chosen not to see. But the buried truths of Homer and Marge's marriage are things the show has been depicting with total honesty for 36 years. Right there on screen, in every episode. The question is just whether you are watching them the way you watch a love story or the way you watch a document. Section 6. The Children's Futures. The show is afraid of growing up. This is not a metaphor. This is a structural fact about The Simpsons, a fear so deep and so consistently expressed across the show's entire run that it has shaped every production decision that touches the question of what the Simpson children will become. Bart Simpson is 10 years old and has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa is 8. Maggie is 1. These are not the ages they would be if time passed in Springfield the way it passes in the world outside. If Bart were born in the year the show suggests, he would be well into middle age by now. He would have his own children, possibly. He would have the life that follows 10 years old, the 11 and 12, and all the way through that the show has been refusing to depict since 1989. The show knows this. The show has always known this. And the show has, across its 36-year run, occasionally allowed itself to glimpse the futures of the Simpson children in controlled, contained, returnable ways that feel less like genuine storytelling about the future and more like a prisoner rattling their own cage. The flash-forward episodes of The Simpsons are some of the most emotionally rich material in the show's history. They are also, if you read them carefully, the show's most extended confession about what it actually believes will happen to these people it has loved for so long. Let us start with Lisa's wedding from season 6. This episode is widely regarded as one of the finest in the show's run. It depicts Lisa as a young woman at a British university, engaged to a man named Hugh Parkfield, and using a fortune teller at a fair as the device that unlocks the vision of her future for the audience. The future that the episode depicts is specific and detailed and emotionally precise in a way that most flash-forward television uses to signal that it is taking the premise seriously. Lisa has become the person she was always going to become. Intelligent, principled, alone in the specific way that people who see the world more clearly than those around them are always a little alone. She has found a man who matches her intellectual level, who has the education and the refinement and the cultural vocabulary that Springfield never gave her. They are engaged. And then she brings Hugh to Springfield, and Springfield destroys it. Not dramatically, not through a specific catastrophic event, through accumulation, through the weight of everything that Springfield is, which is to say, through Homer. Homer, who embarrasses Lisa in front of Hugh with the comfortable completeness of a man who has never been embarrassed by himself. Homer, who loves Lisa with a totality that is indistinguishable from a total inability to understand her. Hugh cannot reconcile himself to the family Lisa comes from. He cannot see past Homer to the Lisa he loves. He cannot separate the person from the origin. The engagement ends. At the close of the episode, the fortune teller tells Lisa that her real love story is still ahead of her. that she will find the right person eventually, and that the man who is right for her will love her father. This is the episode's consolation. It's gentling of what has just been depicted. But the buried content of Lisa's wedding is not the consolation. It is the diagnosis. The episode tells you that Lisa will spend her life carrying Springfield inside her, that no matter how far she travels or how refined she becomes, Springfield will find its way into the most important moments of her life. That the origin, the yellow-skinned, radiation-soaked, impossible town, is not something she can leave behind. That Homer, impossible and loving and catastrophically embarrassing, is part of every relationship she will ever have because he is part of her. This is not a story about a failed engagement. It is a story about the inescapability of origin, about how the place you come from is not a geographic fact but a permanent feature of who you are. Lisa cannot leave Springfield. Springfield will always find her. Now look at what happens to Bart in the flash-forward episodes. The show has given Bart multiple future visions across different episodes, and they share a quality that the Simpsons fan community has noticed but rarely discussed in detail. In almost every future version of Bart's life, he is not doing well. Bart at 30, Bart at 40, Bart as an older man. These versions tend to share a cluster of characteristics. He is underemployed or unemployed. He is in a relationship that is either failing or has recently failed. He has not found the adult version of the mischievous charisma that makes him compelling at 10. He is not the person that 10-year-old Bart suggested he might become. He is the person that 10-year-old Bart could very easily become if nothing goes right. This is the show being honest about something it has been depicting all along. Bart is charming. Bart is funny. Bart is genuinely clever in ways that the show documents repeatedly, despite his academic performance. But Bart's gifts are the gifts that matter most when you are 10. Irreverence, social fearlessness, the ability to provoke a response. These are extraordinary qualities in a child, and they translate into something more complicated and less legible in an adult. The show has always known that Bart's strengths are temporal, that the version of himself that works at 10 is not the version that automatically works at 30, that the energy that makes him the most interesting character in Springfield Elementary does not come with a built-in adult application. And so the flash-forward Barts tend to be men who are still working with 10-year-old tools, who are still trying to provoke the reaction they got from a world that was more patient with provocation when it came from a child. Bart's future is the show's buried concern about what happens to the kid who never had to grow up. Springfield would not let him grow up. The floating timeline would not let him grow up. The show needed him to stay 10. But the show is also honest enough to occasionally show you the cost of that need, the price that Bart is paying for the show's refusal to let him become something other than what he was at the start. Now let us talk about the future episode that nobody discusses as a future episode, because it does not announce itself as one. Season 25, The Man Who Grew Too Much, is an episode about a scientist, Sideshow Bob's new incarnation as a genetic engineer, and Lisa's complicated relationship with him. It is typically cataloged as a Sideshow Bob episode and analyzed for its treatment of intelligence and moral corruption. But the episode contains a vision of Lisa's future that is more disturbing than any of the explicit flash-forwards. The episode depicts Lisa in a version of her adult identity, interacting with a man who matches her intellectually, but whose values are catastrophically wrong. The dynamic mirrors the dynamic of Lisa's wedding, the pull towards someone who meets her where she is in a place where nobody in Springfield meets her, and the discovery that meeting her intellectually and being good are not the same thing. The episode is showing you something about Lisa's romantic pattern, her vulnerability to intelligence as a stand-in for virtue, her tendency to confuse the relief of being understood with the safety of being with someone worthy of trust. This is a buried character study running through a sideshow Bob plot. And if you are watching it at the right kind of attention, the kind that late nights enable, it does not feel like a plot. It feels like a quiet documentary about the interior of an 8-year-old genius who has been lonely for 36 years. Maggie's future has been depicted in the show in ways that are, by any reasonable assessment, the most extraordinary futures given to any character in the show's history. In Lisa's wedding, the 2010 future briefly shown includes a glimpse of Maggie preparing to speak. She is about to say something. The future teller interrupts, the vision ends, and we never hear what Maggie says in this future. Her first real adult utterance, the sentence she has been preparing for her entire life, is the one thing the show refuses to deliver, even in a flash forward that would be protected by its own fictional framing. The show cannot let Maggie speak. Not because the writers have not thought about what she would say, but because speaking is the end of something. If Maggie speaks, the baby is gone. If the baby is gone, a piece of Springfield's fundamental texture disappears. The silence that Maggie has maintained for 36 years is one of the things that makes Springfield Springfield. The day she speaks is the day one of the show's most beloved mysteries resolves, and resolved mysteries cannot unresolve. So the future that would include an adult Maggie speaking is the future the show most aggressively withholds. In the episode Holidays of Future Past, which depicts the family approximately 30 years in the future, Maggie appears as a heavily pregnant young woman who communicates entirely through exaggerated facial expressions and has still, apparently, said almost nothing. Her first actual spoken line in this episode, delivered after much build-up, is a single syllable. The show gives 30 years of future Maggie a single syllable, and then returns to the present. This is the show's most elegant expression of its fear of growing up. 30 years into the future, Maggie's silence has barely broken. The mystery is preserved even when the future is finally visited. The silence is the show's most fiercely protected thing. The children's futures, taken as a body of material across all the flash-forward episodes and future vision sequences and alternate timeline episodes, tell a coherent story that the show has never assembled in one place. Bart becomes a difficult adult, charming and lost, still trying to win at a game that changed the rules when he was not looking. Lisa becomes a brilliant and somewhat lonely person who carries Springfield inside every important relationship she has. Maggie becomes extraordinary in ways that the show will not show you directly, that can only be glimpsed in the periphery, that is hinted at across 36 seasons without ever being stated. And Homer and Marge grow old together. The show allows them this. In every future vision, in every timeline, they are still together. The marriage that should not work, that is built on foundations, the show has spent 36 years quietly documenting as structurally unsound, persists into every future the show is willing to imagine. This is the show's most fundamental buried belief. Everything else is uncertain. The children's paths are complicated. Springfield is dangerous. The future is difficult. But Homer and Marge are still together. Whatever else the show believes about love and choice and the price of staying, it believes in this. The couch, the house, the two of them. Always. Section 7. The Springfield Economy. Springfield runs on a logic that makes no sense on the surface and perfect sense underneath. The Simpson family is perpetually broke. This is a recurring theme across dozens of episodes. Homer's salary at the nuclear plant is somehow both sufficient to maintain a house in a quiet suburb and constantly on the verge of being insufficient to handle any unexpected expense. The family lives in a perpetual state of financial fragility, never impoverished in the dramatic way of a family that has lost everything, but never comfortable in the way that would remove money as a source of narrative tension. This is a comedy economy. It exists to generate plots. Financial Crisis is one of the show's most reliable story engines, and the perpetual, almost broke quality of the Simpsons household provides the fuel. But there is something stranger happening beneath the comedy economy of Springfield. Something that only becomes visible when you look at the town's financial life as a whole rather than episode by episode. Springfield has too much infrastructure for its apparent economic base. Consider what Springfield contains: a nuclear power plant, a monorail system, an elevated highway, a harbor with ships, a ski resort, a racetrack, a casino, an opera house, a history museum, a natural history museum, a world-class hospital, a prison, a functioning municipal airport, and a professional baseball team. This is the infrastructure of a moderately large and economically sophisticated American city. Springfield has the cultural and physical infrastructure of a city 3 or 4 times its apparent size. And yet the economy that supports all this infrastructure is built on a single industry: the nuclear power plant. Everything in Springfield traces back to the plant. Homer works there. The families of half the town's employed population work there. The town's power grid is entirely dependent on it. The plant's tax contributions fund the municipal budget. When the plant temporarily shuts down in various episodes, Springfield's economy does not contract. It collapses. There is no secondary industry, no economic diversification, no alternative source of wealth that could absorb the shock of losing the plant. The monorail, the opera house, the casino, all of this was built with money that came, directly or indirectly, from the revenue generated by a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations. Springfield's cultural and physical grandeur is financed by the same source that is slowly poisoning its residents. The town cannot condemn the plant because the plant built the town. This is not a metaphor. This is the show's buried economic analysis, distributed across decades of throwaway references and background details, assembled by no character in Springfield because no character in Springfield is in a position to see the whole picture. Burns sees it. Burns has always seen it. He built it deliberately. The economic dependency of Springfield on the nuclear plant is not the accidental result of a single large employer dominating a small town's economy. It is the outcome of a strategy that Burns has been executing for longer than most of Springfield's residents have been alive. You build the infrastructure. You make yourself indispensable. You create a web of dependency so complete that challenging you becomes economically equivalent to destroying the town. Burns did not just build a power plant. He built a trap. And the trap is built in such a way that the people inside it have excellent reasons to defend it. Because attacking the trap means attacking the thing that keeps the lights on and the hospital funded, and the opera house open and the baseball team playing. Let us look at specific economic moments in the show's history that carry buried content about this structure. Season 3, Bart gets hit by a car. Homer is considering suing Burns for the accident that put Bart in the hospital. The suit proceeds until it fails because of conflicting testimony. But notice what happens during the suit. The entire town is aware that Homer is suing Burns. The awareness is neutral. Nobody discourages it. Nobody says this is a bad idea. Nobody points out that biting the hand that feeds the entire municipal economy is a strategically questionable move. This is because the suit fails. The characters can be allowed to attempt the challenge to Burns' authority because the challenge will not succeed. The show demonstrates the aspiration toward justice and then demonstrates its failure and then moves on. Springfield accepts this. This is the economic structure's defense mechanism. The challenge is permitted because the structure is strong enough to survive it. The challenge failing teaches the population that challenges fail. The lesson is absorbed. The next generation of potential challengers looks at the outcome of the last challenge and makes a rational decision. Season 4, Last Exit to Springfield. This is the episode where Homer accidentally becomes a union leader during a labor dispute with Burns over the dental plan. It is widely considered one of the greatest episodes in the show's history, a masterwork of comedy and satire. The dental plan subplot, where Homer's entire motivation is his repeated mental loop of losing the dental plan and Lisa needing braces, is textbook Simpsons construction. But the episode is also, in its buried layer, a story about what happens when workers push back against Burns. They win. This is remarkable. This is one of the very few episodes in which the labor side of a dispute with Burns achieves its goal. The workers get their dental plan back. Homer, through a combination of incompetence and luck, and the show's need to end the episode, succeeds where more deliberate challenges to Burns' authority fail. The show handles his victory carefully. Homer's success is credited to his stupidity, to the accidental effects of his cognitive limitations, to the way that unpredictability can disrupt a system that is optimized to deal with rational actors. Burns is defeated by Homer's inability to understand what is happening around him well enough to behave strategically. The lesson buried in Last Exit to Springfield is not that workers can defeat Burns through solidarity and determination. The lesson is that Burns can sometimes be defeated by pure chaos, by the collision between his sophisticated strategic intelligence and Homer's spectacular incapacity for strategic thought. You cannot beat Burns by trying to beat Burns. You can occasionally beat Burns by being so catastrophically unreliable that Burns's planning cannot account for you. This is the show's buried economic message. The system is designed to defeat rational resistance. The only thing the system struggles to process is irrationality. And the only person in Springfield who is irrational enough to defeat it, Homer, is also the person whose irrationality makes him permanently dependent on the system he occasionally defeats. Homer defeats Burns. Homer goes back to work at Burns's plant. The dental plan is restored. Springfield continues. The economy of Springfield is a closed loop that generates the appearance of change without the substance of it. Season 5, Bart gets famous. Bart becomes a one-note catchphrase celebrity. The episode is primarily a satire of celebrity culture and the entertainment industry. But notice what happens to Bart's brief economic empowerment. He makes money. He has more than he has ever had. He can afford things. And then the catchphrase runs its course and the money stops, and he is back to being a kid in Springfield. The show does this to its characters repeatedly. They touch money, they touch opportunity, they touch the possibility of a different economic reality. And then it ends and they return to baseline. Not because the show is making a deliberate argument about the impossibility of economic mobility in Springfield, but because the show's narrative structure requires its characters to remain in their positions. Homer must remain a safety inspector at the nuclear plant. Marge must remain a homemaker who occasionally tries other things. Bart must remain a student at Springfield Elementary. Lisa must remain a student at Springfield Elementary. The economy of Springfield is designed to keep everyone where they are. And in a town where Burns controls the primary economic engine and the medical establishment and the political system and apparently the memory function of the entire population, the design of the economy to prevent mobility is not an accident. It is the plan. Section 8. The deaths they hid. The Simpsons has a complicated relationship with death. On one hand, it is an animated comedy, and comedy animated shows have always had a permissive attitude toward the deaths of their characters, treating mortality as a reversible condition for the purposes of visual gags, a tradition as old as the medium itself. Cats fall off buildings and land unhurt. Characters are crushed by boulders and reassemble. Death in animation is a pause, not an ending. On the other hand, The Simpsons has spent 36 years carefully building a universe with enough emotional weight to produce genuine grief when it chooses. When the show decides that a death matters, it can make a death matter with an economy and a precision that the best dramatic television would envy. The show knows how to kill someone and make it mean something. The buried deaths of The Simpsons are not the deaths the show made mean something. They are the deaths that happened and were then forgotten. The deaths that the show committed to in a single episode and then quietly rescinded. The deaths that are technically canonical and were never reversed but were also never followed up on. Leaving the characters they apply to in a state of Schrodinger's mortality, officially dead and functionally alive. Let us begin with the most famous canonical death in the show's history that was quietly ignored. Maud Flanders. Maud died in the season 11 episode Alone Again, Natra Diddley, killed by a t-shirt cannon at a NASCAR race in the manner that the previous section described. Her death was a genuine creative decision by the production, driven by a contract dispute with the actress who voiced her. It was handled with the show's characteristic combination of comedy and genuine emotional weight. Ned's grief was real grief. The episode is remembered as one of the few moments in the show's later seasons that operated at the emotional depth of the golden era. But Maud's death created a problem. Ned Flanders, the character the show had spent 11 seasons building as Homer's foil and the town's moral anchor, was now a widower. He was a single father of 2 boys. He was a man who had lost his wife to a freak accident caused by Homer's selfishness. The show had created a situation that required sustained narrative follow-through, and the show could not quite do it. Ned dated after Maud, several times. Each relationship was handled comedically as a series of romantic misadventures that ended before they could alter Ned's fundamental status. The show wanted to honor Maud's death by allowing Ned to move forward, and it also could not bring itself to actually let him move forward, because actually letting him move forward would mean accepting the permanence of the loss. The buried secret of Maud Flanders' death is that the show killed her and then spent the next 15 seasons trying to pretend it had not by reversing the death, but by keeping Ned in a state of suspended grief that never fully processed into a new life. Ned was allowed to be sad, he was not allowed to be healed. The show replaced Maud's death with its ghost, and the ghost has been haunting Ned's storylines ever since. Now let us talk about a death that the show committed to completely and then reversed without explanation. Dr. Marvin Monroe, Springfield's ubiquitous psychiatrist, was declared dead in Season 6 in the episode Bart's Dog Gets an F, which included a dedication to his memory in the closing credits. The character simply stopped appearing and was understood by the show's community to be canonically deceased. And then he came back. Season 9, a brief reference. Season 10, a brief appearance. Season 15 onward, occasional appearances. Dr. Monroe returned to Springfield without explanation, without acknowledgement, without a single character commenting on the fact that a man they had mourned was walking around alive. The official creative explanation, such as it is that the character's death was a pragmatic production decision that was later reversed when the character was needed. This is probably true. But within the logic of Springfield, within the universe the show has spent 36 years building, Dr. Monroe's return is another data point for the show's deepest buried claim. Death in Springfield is sometimes not permanent. Not for everyone, not always. But with enough of the right resources, with enough of the right medical infrastructure, with enough of whatever Burns is using to maintain his disease equilibrium across a century of life, the boundary between dead and not dead in Springfield can be crossed in both directions. Dr. Monroe returns. Hans Moleman dies and returns. Burns is shot and recovers. Homer falls off a cliff and is fine by the next scene. The show has been slowly, episodically building a picture of death in Springfield as a threshold that the right people can step back from. And the right people are never the people you would choose. They are the powerful and the lucky and the narratively convenient. Doctor? Monroe comes back because the writers needed him. Hans Moleman comes back because his deaths are a gag that requires continuation. Burns comes back from everything because Burns has the infrastructure to survive anything. The ordinary Springfield residents who die stay dead. Mrs. Glick, the elderly neighbor who appeared in several early seasons, is gone. Recurring background characters who die in single episodes do not return. The show distinguishes between the characters for whom death is reversible and the ones for whom it is not. And the distinction maps uncomfortably onto the class structure of Springfield. There's another category of death in The Simpsons that is more unsettling than the reverse deaths or the ignored deaths. The foreshadowed deaths that never happened. Season 8 contains an episode called Homer versus Patty and Selma, in which Patty, in a moment of unusual emotional honesty, tells Marge something that the show has been implying for multiple seasons, that she does not believe Homer is going to live long. She says it with the specificity of someone who has been thinking about it for a while, who has made a calculation about the odds of survival for a man with Homer's lifestyle, his workplace exposure, his physical recklessness, his debt. This line is played as a comedy moment. Selma agrees and they move on, but the foreshadowing is serious. Homer should, by any realistic accounting of his lifestyle and workplace environment, not be in good health. The show knows this. The show has always known this. The joke about Homer's inevitable early death has been running since the early seasons, buried in the comedy register where it cannot be taken seriously by the audience. And Homer has not died. Homer will not die because Homer cannot die within the show's structure. But the show has spent 36 years making sure you know that Homer should die, that his continued existence is improbable, that the man eating the donuts and absorbing the radiation and surviving the falls and the electrocutions and the explosions is on borrowed time. The buried death of Homer Simpson is the show's most patient foreshadowing. It has never happened. It will never happen on screen. But the evidence has been accumulating for 36 years in every close call and recovered injury and documented workplace hazard, building toward a conclusion that the show will never reach. Homer is alive. Homer should not be alive. The gap between those two facts is where 36 years of buried mortality live. The death they hid best is the one they have been hiding in plain sight since season 1. Section 9, The Writer's Room Confessions. The Simpsons is made by human beings. This is easy to forget. When a show runs for 36 years and becomes the cultural institution that The Simpsons has become, when it exists in the part of your life where it has always existed and will apparently always exist, it begins to feel less like a human production and more like a natural phenomenon. A thing that simply is the way the sky is. But behind every episode, behind every season, behind every chalkboard gag and couch gag and buried secret we have been exploring, there are rooms full of writers. There are creative decisions made by specific human beings in specific moments. There are arguments and compromises and things that were almost made and were not. There are confessions that have leaked out of those rooms across 3.5 decades. And those confessions, the things the show's creators have said in interviews and commentaries and memoirs and casual remarks, reveal a version of The Simpsons that is stranger and more human, and in some ways more disturbing than anything the show has ever explicitly depicted. Let us begin with the confessions about what was almost made. The show's early seasons generated a specific set of storylines and character directions that were developed, sometimes written, sometimes even partially animated, and then abandoned. These abandoned storylines are not secrets exactly. Many of them have been discussed in DVD commentaries and interviews. But they constitute a buried text, a shadow version of the show that exists just outside the frame of what was actually produced, shaped by creative decisions that reveal what the writers believed about these characters in their deepest, most honest moments. The abandoned storyline most frequently discussed is the one that would have killed Apu. This was not a recent consideration. Long before the controversy about the character's representation became a mainstream cultural conversation, there were writers in the room in the early 90s who felt that the Quick E-Mart owner needed a more definitive storyline than the perpetual comedy role he had settled into. The idea, discussed and discarded at various points in the show's history, was a serious episode about Apu's life. His immigration story, his education, the gap between where he came from and what Springfield offered him. The episode would have been an acknowledgement that Springfield contains people whose relationship to the town is fundamentally different from the Simpson family's relationship. People who came from elsewhere and stayed not because Springfield is where they belong, but because the circumstances that brought them there were never quite reversible. Apu behind the counter of the Quick E-Mart is not the same kind of Springfield resident as Homer in front of his television. He is there because he built something there, not because he was born into it. His relationship to the town is transactional and chosen in a way that Homer's is not. The writers considered making this explicit. They considered giving Apu an episode that would examine the specific texture of his life in Springfield with the same honesty that the show applied to Homer's in its best moments. They did not make that episode. The buried content of the unmade Apu episode is the show's acknowledgement that it looked at a character who deserved more and gave him less, and that the people in the writer's room knew it and discussed it and eventually decided that the comedy role was easier to maintain than the honest examination. Let us look at the confessions about the show's relationship to its own darkness. Aljan, who has been central to the show's creative direction for most of its run, has said in interviews that the show has always contained a specific kind of darkness that is its most distinctive quality. He describes it as the gap between the comedy surface and the genuine emotional pain it is coding. The show is funny. The show is also, he says, about real things. About failure and love and the difficulty of being a person in the specific ways that American middle-class life generates difficulty. This is not a secret. Gene says it openly. But the specific content of what he means when he says the show is about real things is buried in the interviews, accessible only if you are reading them with the specific attention that this kind of material rewards. What he means is that the show was always, from the very beginning, an honest examination of the way that American family life and American economic life and American social life conspire to keep people from becoming the versions of themselves they might have been in a more forgiving arrangement. Homer Simpson is not stupid because stupidity is funny. Homer Simpson is stupid because the show's creators understood that there is a kind of American life that generates and sustains exactly this kind of person. A man who is not unintelligent but has been systematically prevented from developing his intelligence. A man who loves his family with his entire being and cannot translate that love into the behavior that would make his family's life easier. A man who is failing constantly, who knows he is failing, and who has found that the only sustainable response to that knowledge is to not fully know it. The writers put this in the character. They have been saying it in interviews for 36 years. And it lives in the show beneath the comedy, in a way that is most visible when you are watching with the kind of quiet, sustained attention that does not require the jokes to hit. There are confessions about specific episodes that were changed at the last minute. Season 4's Homer's triple bypass was originally intended to end differently. Homer was going to die. Not permanently, not in the sense of writing the character out of the show, but the episode was going to play the surgery as a genuine risk. And the risk was going to feel real, and the resolution was going to allow for the possibility of loss. The early versions of the script, according to people who have discussed the production, were more honest about the stakes than the final episode. The final episode is wonderful. It is warm and funny, and the surgery is a success, and Homer comes home to his family, and everything is fine. But the episode that almost existed, the one where the outcome was genuinely uncertain, would have been something different. It would have been the show asking its audience to sit with the possibility of Homer's death in a way that the final version does not. The writers pulled back from that edge. The buried version of Homer's triple bypass, the one where the risk was real, is the show's shadow. It is the episode that the writers knew how to make and chose not to. Let us talk about the confessions that come in the form of what the writers read. The Simpsons writing staff is one of the most credentialed in television history. The show has employed writers with backgrounds in mathematics, economics, political theory, literary criticism, and philosophy. The show's cultural references are not accidental. When The Simpsons references a specific author or film or philosophical tradition, someone in the room has made a deliberate choice to put that reference there. The show's relationship to specific literary traditions is a buried text that runs through the entire series. The episode A Streetcar Named Marge, which we discussed in the context of the marriage, is the show's most explicit acknowledgement of Tennessee Williams. But the show's engagement with Williams goes beyond that single episode. The specific emotional register of Williams, the beautiful people destroying each other with their love, the denial of reality as a survival mechanism, the beautiful, exhausted women maintaining impossible performances in the face of impossible circumstances. This is the emotional grammar that the show returns to in its most serious moments. Marge is not Blanche DuBois, but she contains Blanche DuBois. The show knows this, and it put it in the title of the episode. The writer's room confessions about the show's relationship to literature and philosophy are not secret exactly. They are available in the interviews and commentaries, but they are rarely assembled into a coherent picture of what the show is actually doing when it deploys these references. What the show is doing is building a context, a framework of reference that says, we know what this is. We have read the books that examine what this is. We understand how the material we are working with, the American family, the American economy, the American denial of its own most uncomfortable realities, connects to the traditions that have examined these things in other forms. The show is not just a comedy. It knows it is not just a comedy. The writers know it is not just a comedy. They have been saying so in their choice of references for 36 years. Now let us spend time with the most important category of writer's room confession, the ones about the show's relationship to its own audience. The Simpsons has always known that it is watched by people who love it. It has always known that the love is complicated, that it is tied up with memory and identity and the specific way that a show that has run for your entire lifetime becomes part of the architecture of who you are. The writers have discussed this in various contexts, usually with a mixture of gratitude and discomfort. The discomfort comes from the responsibility that this kind of love implies. When a show means what The Simpsons means to the generation that grew up with it, the decisions about what the show does become freighted with a weight that is disproportionate to the normal creative stakes of television production. The writers know that for a significant portion of their audience, The Simpsons is not entertainment. It is home. It is the place that was always there. It is the Sunday night ritual. It is the show that was on in the background of childhood and adolescence and adulthood. The show that has been present for births and deaths and moves and failures and all the things that life contains. Making decisions about this show is making decisions about something that people carry inside themselves. The buried confession of the writer's room is this: they know. They have always known. They have felt the weight of what the show is to its audience, and they have not always known what to do with it. And some of the decisions that look like failures of nerve, or collapses of quality, or betrayals of the show's original vision are actually the decisions of a creative team that was so aware of what they were protecting that they could not bring themselves to change it. The show that would not let its characters grow up. The show that could not follow through on its darkest implications. The show that kept Homer alive past every realistic probability. The show that kept the couch in the same position and the house on Evergreen Terrace and the family together across every season and every year. These are not accidents. These are love. The buried confession of the writer's room is that they love these people as much as the audience does. That they have spent 36 years protecting them. That every reset, every recovery, every impossible survival is the writers refusing to let go of the thing the audience loves. And sometimes, in the most honest interviews, the ones done late in the shows run by people who have had time to look back at the whole arc of their relationship with these characters, you find something that sounds less like a production note and more like a confession from someone who built something they could never quite leave. We kept them alive, the writers say, in one form or another, in various interviews. We just could not let them end. Section 10. The ending they never made. Every show ends. Every show eventually reaches the moment where the network cancels it, or the creators decide it is time, or the audience finally stops showing up, and the decision gets made for everyone. Every show has an ending, except The Simpsons. The Simpsons is the show that will not end. Not because the people making it lack the capacity to envision an ending. The show's creators have discussed endings in interviews for 20 years. The writers have imagined finales. Scripts have reportedly been written. Drafts have circulated. The creative team has, across the show's later seasons, been aware that they are making a show that is culturally understood to be past the moment when it should have ended, and they have thought about what ending it would look like. None of it has happened. And the specific content of the endings that have been discussed and imagined and drafted and not made is, if you have been following the buried secrets of Springfield across this entire journey, exactly what you would expect. The endings all involve the family leaving. This is the buried confession at the center of every Simpsons finale concept that has ever leaked out of the production. The family leaves Springfield. Not through death, not through catastrophe, not through the kind of dramatic finale event that the show's internal logic would support. Through choice. Through a moment of clarity in which the Simpsons family looks at Springfield, at what the town has done to them and for them and around them, and decides to go somewhere else. The buried confession is that the writers have always known that the correct ending for this show is escape. That the story of the Simpson family is a story about a family that was trapped by a combination of economics and radiation and cognitive damage and the structural impossibility of leaving a place that has built itself into you so completely that leaving feels like self-amputation. And that the correct resolution to that story, the ending that the story's own logic demands, is the moment when the trap opens and the family walks out. This ending has never been made, but it has been circling the show for 20 years, appearing in the discussions of showrunners and writers and the show's creator, always described as the ending they are saving for when the show finally concludes, always deferred to the indefinite future that the floating timeline itself seems designed to prevent. The show cannot end because the show ending means Springfield ends. And Springfield ending means confronting everything that Springfield has been, which is the one thing that Springfield's collective denial mechanism has always prevented. Let us think about what the Simpsons finale would actually have to contain, to be honest. It would have to acknowledge the radiation, not through a sudden dramatic revelation that the town is poison. because the town already knows it is poison in the way that people know things they have agreed not to know. But through some moment of individual clarity, one person in the family choosing to see what they have been not seeing, and that clarity having consequences, it would have to address Burns. The story of Homer's mother and Burns's biological weapons facility, and the deal between Abe and Burns that sentenced Homer to the plant, is a story with an ending that the show has never reached. Homer working for the man who destroyed his family is the show's buried tragedy, and a finale that did not address it would be dishonest in a way the show has never been, even in its most comfortable moments. It would have to deal with time. The floating timeline is the show's most fundamental structural choice, and a finale would have to either honor it by acknowledging that the characters will remain ageless and rerun forever, or break it by allowing the characters to age in the finale's specific future, to become the older versions of themselves that every flash-forward episode has briefly glimpsed. The writers have apparently considered both options. The floating timeline ending, the finale that honors the eternal present of Springfield, would be a meta moment in which the characters somehow become aware that they exist in a loop, that their world resets, that they are preserved in amber, and they choose, collectively or individually, to accept this, to embrace the loop as the gift it is, the endless present in which the children are always young, and the beer is always cold, and the family is always together. This ending would be beautiful and devastating in equal measure. It would say, yes, the loop is a prison, and yes, we choose it anyway. Because the alternative, the real timeline in which Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally speaks and Homer retires and Marge is left in the house on Evergreen Terrace watching the television they bought together, the alternative is time. And time is the one thing that the family cannot survive. The other ending, the one that breaks the timeline and lets the characters age, would be the episode the show has been building toward since the day the couch gag first ran. The family would leave Springfield. They would drive away from the cooling towers and the quick E-Mart and the church and Flanders House and the nuclear plant that has been Homer's workplace and his prison and his connection to the man who ruined his childhood. They would drive toward wherever the show has been too afraid to imagine for 36 years. And the last image, in this version, would be the house on Evergreen Terrace. Empty. The couch visible through the window. The television dark for the first time. Springfield quiet without the family that gave it its particular weight. The credits would roll over that quiet house. And it would be over. Matt Groening has said in interviews that the finale, when it comes, will be emotional, that it will be something that honors what the show has meant to its audience, that it will not be a joke, that it will be a genuine goodbye. He has also said that the show has not reached that moment yet. And every week, the opening credits roll, and the family rushes home, and the couch is there, and the episode begins, and Springfield is exactly as it has always been. The show that will not end is the show's most extended buried secret. The secret is not that the show does not know how to end. The secret is that it does know. It has always known. It has been carrying the ending around for 20 years, drafting it and deferring it and protecting it and refusing to use it. Because using it means it is over. And as long as it is not over, as long as the loop keeps floating and the family keeps coming home and Bart keeps being 10, the show remains the thing it has been since December 17th, 1989. The place you go when you need everything to be the way it was. The ending they never made is the show's ultimate act of love toward its audience. We know how to end this. We have always known. We are choosing not to. Not because we do not know when to stop, but because we understand what stopping means to you. We understand what it would cost. So we keep going. We keep the family on the couch. We keep the cooling towers in the background. We keep Burns alive in his mansion, and Ned in his grief, and Hans Molman dying and returning and dying again, and Maggie watching everything with those enormous eyes waiting to speak. We keep all of it running, because the secret is not what is buried inside Springfield. The secret is what you would lose if we stopped burying it. Coda. Everything at once, it is late now. The house is quiet in the specific way that houses get quiet when the world has gone still enough that the particular sounds of your own space become audible again. The small machinery of a home at rest. The ones you only hear when everything else has finally gone silent. This is the time when Springfield makes the most sense. Not the Springfield of the jokes and the quick cuts and the guest stars and the pop culture references, though all of that is there too, woven into the texture of a show that has been absorbing the world for 36 years. The other Springfield, the one we have been spending time in tonight, the yellow town where the lights never go all the way off because the cooling towers never stop. Let us put everything we found tonight in one place. The yellow skin is the radiation. The 4 fingers are the mutation. The background of the frame is always slightly wrong because the air over Springfield has been receiving what the cooling towers produce for longer than most of its residents have been alive. The color is the confession. The art style is the symptom. The couch gag is the show's unconscious. It processes in images what the plot cannot say in words. The house is burning. The family sits down anyway. Every week, the ceremony of return. Every week, the strange thing that disrupts it. Every week, the family absorbing the disruption and settling into the couch because the couch is what matters, not what happens to the couch. The chalkboard is testimony. Bart writes things the show cannot say through its characters. He writes about drugs and evidence and compliance and the things that are better left unsaid in chalk. He writes the subtext of Springfield in his own handwriting, and it vanishes before the episode begins and reappears next week with something new. The background characters are the people the narrative left behind. They live in the margins, in the crowd scenes, in the 3-second wide shots that the camera moves through without stopping. They hold the secondary history of Springfield, the story of what happens to people when the main plot moves on. Hans Molman dies and comes back because in Springfield, some things are not permanent, even when they should be. The marriages are love stories that are also documents. Homer and Marge are together because they chose to be and because the alternatives were worse, and because the show needed them to be together, and because sometimes those 3 things are the same thing. Marge stays because Marge stays. The staying is not always the same thing as happiness, but it is the thing she has and she protects it. The children will be 10 and 8 and 1 forever, except in the flash forwards where they are briefly allowed to be the people they would become. And those brief visions are the show's most honest confession about what it believes will happen to the family it has been protecting all this time. Bart struggles. Lisa is brilliant and lonely. Maggie says almost nothing, even decades from now, because the silence is the armor, and the armor is not ready to come off. The economy is a trap designed to look like an ecosystem. Burns built it. Burns maintains it. Burns knows its exact dimensions because Burns built them to the exact specifications required to keep Springfield dependent and quiet and unable to turn the corner that would require them to confront what the plant has done to them. The deaths they hid are the deaths that should have happened, and the deaths that were reversed, and the one death, Homer's, that the show has been implying for 36 years without ever committing to. The gap between Homer's documented survival and his statistical probability is the gap where 36 years of borrowed time live. The writers know. They have always known. They know what the show is, and they have been saying it in interviews and commentaries and unmade episodes and abandoned storylines for 3.5 decades. The buried confession of the writer's room is that they love these people, that they have been protecting them, That the resets and the recoveries and the impossible survivals are not failures of nerve or collapses of imagination. They are a specific kind of care. And the ending they never made is the ending the show has been carrying for 20 years. The family leaving Springfield, the house empty, the couch visible through the window, the television dark. It has not happened. It will not happen yet. Every week the opening plays and the family comes home and the couch is there and Springfield is exactly as it has always been and the episode begins. And none of the things we found tonight are visible in the episode. They are underneath the episode. They are in the color and the frame and the background and the margins and the 36 years of accumulated subtext that the show has been depositing in its own archive, quietly, weekly, without announcement. You cannot see them while you are watching the episode the way you are supposed to watch it. You can only see them in the specific kind of attention that this hour enables. The late hour, the quiet house, the television in the corner, the images moving past the point where you are following them and into the realm where they are just present, the way something familiar is present. The way a place you have lived in for years is present, known to you below the level of active thought. Springfield is most honest when you are almost asleep. When your defenses are down and your critical faculties are resting and you are just letting the yellow faces and the cracked cooling towers and the couch and the chalkboard and the background figures wash over you. That is when the buried things surface. Not with the drama of revelation, quietly, the way the most important things always surface, below the threshold of announcement, in the margins, in the 3-second wide shots, in the half-noticed detail in the upper left corner of the frame. The show has been here your whole life. It knows you the way a place you grew up in knows you. Not because it watched you, but because you watched it. Because the images went into you during the years when you were most open to being shaped by things. Because Springfield became part of the furniture of your imagination before you had the critical vocabulary to describe what was being built. You do not watch The Simpsons. Not anymore. Not after all this time. You return to it, you go home. And every time you go home, every time the opening plays and the couch arrives and the chalkboard fills and the episode begins, the buried things are there. Patient, waiting, exactly as they have always been. The yellow light of the cooling towers just visible above the roofline of Evergreen Terrace. The almost imperceptible wrongness of the sky. The figure in the background moving against the current. Hans Moleman, somewhere in the crowd, 31 years old and ancient, dying and returning, nameless and permanent. The show that will not end. The family on the couch. The secrets buried in the margins of the thing you love. All of it exactly where it has always been. All of it waiting for you to notice. The lights are low now. Springfield is quiet the way it gets when the episode has run its course and the credits have rolled and the next one is about to start. You know what is coming. You have always known. The opening chord, the clouds parting, Bart at the chalkboard. Whatever he writes tonight, he has written it before. Whatever the couch does tonight, the family will sit down anyway. Whatever Springfield has buried, it has buried it in the same place it always has. In the frame, in the background, in the color that has always been exactly wrong in the most beautiful way. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Section 4, expanded. The background characters, what they really saw. Springfield is full of people the narrative forgot about. Not the main family. Not the supporting cast whose names you know and whose recurring appearances you anticipate, but the other ones. The ones in the background of the town meeting when Homer is doing something catastrophic at the podium. The ones visible through the diner window. The ones in the crowd at the baseball stadium, their faces passing through the frame for 2 seconds before the camera moves back to Homer and Bart and whatever disaster is unfolding in the foreground. These people are not furniture. They are not the production equivalent of set dressing placed to create the visual texture of a populated world. They are avyukaya. If you attend to them with the specific relaxed attention this hour makes possible, a secondary text running alongside the main one. A record of what Springfield contains in its margins, distributed across 36 seasons of background animation by artists who are paying more attention than the final product was ever expected to reward. Hans Moleman is 31 years old. He said so himself, once in a single throwaway scene, stated as plain biographical fact. He appears to be in his late 80s. He moves with the cautious bewilderment of a man navigating a world he can barely see through glasses that seem calibrated for a slightly different prescription than his eyes actually have. He has been hit by cars and buried alive and caught in explosions and incinerated and consumed by animals and struck by objects falling from improbable heights. He has died, in conservative counting, several dozen times across the show's canonical episodes, not in dream sequences or non-canonical specials in the regular run of the show. He comes back every time, without explanation, without acknowledgement, without a single character in Springfield noting that the man who died at the town picnic last month is standing in the crowd at the church social this week. Springfield sees Hans Moleman die and then sees him alive again and generates no friction between these two observations, because generating friction between incompatible observations is precisely the cognitive function that has been most comprehensively compromised in Springfield's long-term population. If the radiation theory is true, Hans Moleman represents two simultaneous extremes of what the contamination does to biology. He is the most aged person in Springfield relative to his stated years, a man whose biological clock was catastrophically accelerated by whatever the power plant has been putting into the groundwater. And he is the most difficult person in Springfield to actually kill, his cellular resilience apparently amplified by the same contamination that aged him 50 years ahead of schedule. He is the show's most concentrated portrait of what the power plant does when its effects are not distributed across a normal range, but concentrated in a single small man who wanders through the background of Springfield scenes, absorbing trauma and returning for more. Nobody in Springfield knows his name with any consistency. Different characters in different episodes have called him by approximately 12 different names. The show uses this inconsistency as a recurring comedy note about his social invisibility, his status as a person so marginal to the town's social life that nobody has bothered to commit his name to memory. But Hans Moleman has been in Springfield long enough to age 50 years. He has been present at every significant event in the town's history. He was at the Blinky discovery. He was at the town meetings about Mr. Burns's sun-blocking scheme. He was in the crowd when the dome came down and when it came up. A man with that presence in a community's shared history should have his name known by everyone. The fact that nobody can remember it is not a joke about his unimportance. It is documentation of the specific kind of cognitive damage that makes Springfield what it is. Now let us look at the character of Disco Stew, who deserves more careful attention than the one-note gag he is usually reduced to. Disco Stew is a man frozen in a cultural moment that ended before he could have been fully formed by it. He presents as a devoted enthusiast of disco music and culture in episodes spanning from the late 1980s through the 2020s. Across decades of cultural shifts that the floating timeline registers through updated references and contemporary settings, while Disco Stew remains motionless at his original cultural coordinates. The easy reading is that this is a simple joke about cultural obsolescence, about the man who missed the memo that his moment had passed and had never updated his identity accordingly. The harder reading, the one that becomes available when you watch Disco Stew across his appearances with sustained attention, is that Disco Stew is the most visible expression of what the floating timeline does to everyone in Springfield. The difference between Disco Stew and his neighbors is not that he is frozen while they are not. It is that his freezing is worn externally, in his clothes and his manner and his cultural references, while everyone else's freezing is internal, invisible, expressed through the biological stasis of ageless bodies and the narrative stasis of reset stories, rather than through something as legible as a leisure suit and a gold chain. Homer is frozen too. Marge is frozen. Bart has been 10 since before most of the people watching the show were born. The town collectively has not aged or changed in any meaningful way across 36 years of elapsed real time. Disco Stew just admits what all of them hide. He is the most honest man in Springfield. There is a background character who appears in crowd scenes at the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant's annual employee picnic in a Season 4 episode. The picnic scene lasts approximately 45 seconds of screen time. In the crowd of employees and their families attending this outdoor recreational event in summer clothing, one figure is visible for about 3 seconds in a wide background shot wearing a full radiation suit. Every other employee, casual clothes, picnic attire, shorts and short sleeves, and the visual language of a company social event. This one figure, full hazmat gear at a company picnic. The camera does not linger on this figure. The main characters do not notice them. They appear in the background for 3 seconds and the scene moves on. Someone drew that figure. Someone at the animation studio made the decision to include, in a crowd scene at a nuclear power plant's outdoor event, a single person who will not remove their protective equipment, even in a social context, because their assessment of the radiation risk is not compatible with the narrative the event is designed to produce. This person knows something that everyone else at the picnic is choosing not to know. Their knowledge is expressed through their clothing, which announces to anyone looking at the right part of the frame at the right moment that the happy company picnic is taking place in a contamination zone, and at least one attendee is not willing to pretend otherwise. 3 seconds, one figure, never referenced. This is the show burying its confession in a crowd scene in a background figure that no directed viewing experience would ever pick up. It is there for the peripheral attention, for the person watching in the relaxed way that does not follow the center of the frame, for the viewer whose consciousness has drifted slightly away from the main action and into the margins where these things live. Dr. Nick Riviera is technically a recurring character with speaking roles and his own catchphrase and a substantial presence across the show's run. But his function in the show's economy is background. He is what happens to healthcare in a community where the medical establishment's primary loyalty is to the interests of the town's dominant economic and political power, rather than to the patients it nominally serves. Hi, everybody. These 2 words have become among the most quoted in the show's history because they are so reliable, so precisely calibrated to the frequency of recognition and mild absurdity that generates a laugh without requiring context. They are a comedy beat as dependable as a traffic light. But Dr. Nick is not simply an incompetent doctor deployed as a comedy resource. His incompetence has a specific texture that requires significant medical education to achieve. He knows enough to be dangerous. He has the vocabulary and the tools and the institutional positioning of a physician, and he applies them in ways that consistently fail his patients. This is a different category of failure from casual ignorance. This is professional incompetence, the kind that is most useful to a system that wants the appearance of healthcare without the substance of it. In a town where Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure, where the medical establishment has apparently failed to detect a crayon in a patient's skull across decades of checkups, where the population displays physical characteristics consistent with radiation exposure that no physician has formally documented, Doctor. Nick's specific flavor of professional incompetence makes a particular kind of institutional sense. He is not a bad doctor who happens to be in Springfield. He is the kind of bad doctor that Springfield's institutional requirements produce. The healthcare option that exists to serve the function of healthcare provision without actually providing healthcare. The doctor whose presence satisfies the formal requirement for medical access without satisfying the substantive requirement of actually helping anyone. He is not a mistake in Springfield's system. He is a feature of it. The background characters who are children deserve their own extended consideration because the show has maintained a population of child extras around Springfield Elementary across its entire run. And what that population reveals about the show's buried concerns is worth the attention. The background children of Springfield Elementary have not aged. This is expected within the floating timeline's logic. But the background children have aged differently from the main characters in a way that requires holding widely separated seasons in memory to notice. The background children of the early seasons are visually coded to the late 1980s and early 1990s. Their style, their visual vocabulary, the way they are drawn reflects the cultural moment of their creation. The background children of the later seasons are visually coded to whatever decade those seasons inhabit. Their reference points are contemporary to the episodes they appear in, but their faces are the same. Their social dynamics are the same. The specific configuration of the Springfield Elementary student body, the bullies and the loners and the enthusiasts and the invisible ones, remains constant across the decades while only the surface details update. They are the same children in different clothes. This is the floating timeline's most unnerving expression. Not the main characters who are explicitly acknowledged as frozen, but the background population of children who update their surfaces while their substance remains unchanged, living perpetually in the same social configurations regardless of what decade their clothes say it is. The background characters of Springfield are the show's most patient-buried content, requiring the most sustained and least directed attention to read clearly. You cannot see them while you are watching the episode in the way you normally watch an episode. You can only see them while you are letting the episode happen around you in the peripheral and relaxed mode this hour enables. That is where the background characters live. In the margins, in the 3-second wide shots, waiting for the specific kind of attention that finds things in the spaces where directed viewing never looks. Section 5, expanded. The marriages. What Homer and Marge know about each other. The Simpsons is, beneath all its other registers, a love story. Not a grand romantic love story in the tradition of sweeping gestures and dramatic declarations. A quieter and more difficult and more honest kind of love story. The kind about two specific people who are in several important ways wrong for each other and have chosen to be together anyway. And have kept making that choice for 36 years while the world around them has changed and they have not. Homer and Marge Simpson are the show's most protected relationship, the axis around which everything else turns, the variable that must be held constant even when every other variable is in flux. The show has spent 3.5 decades carefully maintaining this relationship, keeping it intact through disasters that would destroy most fictional partnerships, deploying it as the show's most reliable source of emotional warmth and resolution. But beneath the care, beneath the protection, beneath the show's evident investment in Homer and Marge as a unit, there is a body of buried content about this marriage that has accumulated over 36 seasons without ever being assembled into a coherent statement. Let us try. The marriage's origin story has been retold multiple times, each telling adjusting its cultural context to fit the floating timeline's requirements. In the first telling, they met in high school in the 1970s. In subsequent tellings, the 1980s, the 1990s, the early 2000s. The decade of their courtship slides forward with the timeline, ensuring that they remain appropriately young relative to the show's perpetual present. But through every retelling, through every adjustment of decade and cultural marker, one structural element of the origin story has never changed. Homer wanted Marge immediately and completely. Marge was uncertain. Every version of the story has the same core shape, the one who committed without hesitation and the one who needed time, the one who pursued and the one who was pursued. Homer's immediate, total, unswerving desire for Marge as the engine of their coming together. The show reads this as romance. Homer's persistence is evidence of the depth and genuineness of his feeling. And the show is right to read it this way in one register. Homer's love for Marge is among the most consistent and clearly demonstrated facts of his character across 36 seasons. Whatever else Homer does wrong, and the catalog of what Homer does wrong is extensive and well documented, he loves Marge with a completeness that is not performative and not conditional and not subject to the resets and revisions that affect everything else about his characterization. But the same evidence can be read differently from a different angle in the specific kind of attention this late hour makes available. A man who would not be deterred by ambivalence, a woman whose initial uncertainty was eventually overridden by his persistence. An origin story that is, in its structural bones, about pursuit overcoming hesitation. The show has also given Marge a persistent interior ambivalence about her marriage that surfaces in specific episodes and is then resolved in favor of the marriage, returning her to her established position of committed patience. The resolution is always in favor of the marriage. But the ambivalence keeps returning, which means the resolution has never fully worked, which means something in the marriage's structure keeps generating the same uncertainty that the marriage's origin story positioned as an obstacle to be overcome. Season 3's Homer the Heretic is about Homer's relationship to faith and the church and his own sense of spiritual authenticity. It contains one of the show's most famous moments, God appearing to Homer in a dream. But it also contains a quieter moment in which Marge watches Homer stay home from church one Sunday, watches him have what appears to be a genuinely joyful morning of personal freedom and simple pleasures. And she observes this from the doorway of the house with an expression that the animation renders as something more complicated than simple disapproval. She is watching her husband be happy in a way that does not require her presence. The episode does not linger on this moment. It moves on to other things. But the moment is there, held in the frame for just long enough to register. A woman watching her husband be genuinely happy in a context that does not include her, and feeling something about it that the show does not give a name to. Season 3's Colonel Homer puts a woman named Lurleen Lumpkin in Homer's orbit. Lurleen is a country singer Homer discovers at a roadhouse. She is talented and she is attracted to Homer, and the episode is about his brief foray into music management and the implicit romantic tension that develops. The episode resolves with Homer choosing Marge. Lurleen continues her career without him. The show's machinery processes the near miss and moves on. Lurleen continues to appear in Springfield, in the background, in the margins, in crowd scenes and bar settings across multiple subsequent seasons. A figure visible through the frame for a moment before the camera moves back to whatever the episode is actually about. She is a background character now, having had her main story episode and been filed into the show's secondary population. But she did not leave. She is still there. In the background of Marge's marriage. In the margins of the episodes where Homer and Marge are doing whatever Homer and Marge are doing that week. A figure whose continued presence in the show's visual geography is never acknowledged by the plot, but is never fully erased from it either. Homer's near miss is still in Springfield. The show does not need to reference it to maintain its presence. It simply exists, quietly, in the crowd scenes, in the periphery, in the background of a marriage that chose to move on from something that has not quite gone away. Season 12's HOMR is one of the show's most emotionally honest episodes. The one where the crayon is removed from Homer's brain and he becomes, briefly, the person he might have been without the impairment. He is articulate and insightful and capable of sustained analytical thought, and he can see Springfield clearly for the first time. And the clarity is unbearable. Homer sees his marriage with the crayon removed. He sees it without the cognitive buffer that has made his participation in it manageable, without the processing limitation that prevents him from fully registering what his marriage is and what his wife endures and what the gap between what she deserved and what she got actually looks like from the outside. He has the crayon put back. The show presents this as a joke, and it is a joke. And it is also the most honest thing the show has ever said about what the marriage requires from both of its participants. It requires Homer not to see it too clearly. It requires the cognitive limitation that prevents him from fully processing the weight of his own failures and their costs. Without the limitation, the marriage becomes something Homer cannot remain inside. And Marge does not make a different choice when Homer chooses the crayon. She watches him choose to go back to not knowing, to the comfortable incomprehension that makes him who he is, and she accepts this. She accepts the husband who cannot see her clearly over the husband who could but finds the seeing unbearable. This is the buried content of the marriage in its most concentrated form. Both of them know what the marriage requires. Both of them have chosen it anyway. The choice is not made from ignorance. It is made from the specific kind of clear-eyed acceptance that only becomes possible after you have seen what the alternative looks like. The alternative is truth. The truth is hard. The marriage is chosen over the truth by both of them, in full knowledge of what is being chosen. This is the show's deepest statement about long-term partnership, buried in a joke about a crayon. Homer and Marge's marriage is the show's most protected, buried thing. Protected because revealing its full complexity would destabilize the emotional architecture that everything else depends on. But it is also, paradoxically, the show's most honestly depicted thing. The complexity is right there in the episodes. It has always been right there. The protection is not achieved through concealment, but through framing. The complexity is rendered through comedy, through the brisk episode pace that processes difficult emotional material and moves on before the audience can fully sit with it. Through the consistent narrative returned to the marriage's survival as the episode's resolution. The marriage survives. This is always the resolution. What it costs both of them to survive is the show's buried content. And it has always been buried in plain sight. In every episode where Homer does something that costs Marge something, and Marge stays, in every episode where Marge's patience is depicted as a virtue without the show quite being willing to name what it is patience with. In every episode where the family's emotional center holds because Marge is the one keeping it held and the show's warmth about. This fact coexists with its absolute refusal to look directly at what Marge's holding costs. The marriage is love. The marriage is choice. The marriage is also 36 years of a woman absorbing the consequences of a man's limitations and choosing again and again to stay. All three of these things are true simultaneously. The show has been saying all three of them simultaneously since 1989. Section 6, expanded. The children's futures. What was glimpsed and then taken back. The show is afraid of time. This is not a metaphor or a thematic interpretation. It is a structural fact about The Simpsons that manifests in the show's most fundamental production decision. The floating timeline that keeps its characters perpetually young. That ensures Bart Simpson will always be 10 years old, and Lisa will always be 8, and Maggie will always be 1, regardless of how many real years accumulate outside the frame. The show is afraid of time because the show loves its characters, and the passage of time is what takes things from you. If time passes in Springfield, Bart grows up. If Bart grows up, the 10-year-old who has been the engine of the show's most electric comedy for 36 years is gone, and something else is there in his place. If Lisa turns 20, the brilliant, lonely 8-year-old who has generated the show's most emotionally resonant material is gone. If Maggie speaks, the mystery of the silent baby who has been watching everything and absorbing everything and waiting 36 years to say what she knows is resolved. The show cannot allow any of these things, and so time does not pass. But the show has also, across its run, allowed itself to look at the futures of these children in controlled, contained, returnable ways. The flash-forward episodes, the glimpsed visions, the alternate timelines, the what-if episodes that imagine what these people would become if the show allowed them to become anything. These glimpses, assembled as a body of evidence, tell a story about what the show actually believes will happen to Bart and Lisa and Maggie if time were allowed to do what time does. And the story they tell is more honest than anything the main timeline, with its protective stasis, can contain. Lisa's wedding is the canonical first major flash-forward episode from Season 6. It is set 15 years in the future, when Lisa is 23 and studying at a British university and engaged to a man named Hugh Parkfield. The episode is widely considered one of the finest in the series, and its emotional precision bears out this reputation. The future the episode depicts is not triumphant. It is not the episode saying, Lisa grew up and everything worked out, and the brilliance that made her so lonely at 8 translated cleanly into adult success and happiness. It is a nuanced, sad, carefully observed portrait of the person that 8-year-old Lisa is in the process of becoming. She is brilliant. She has found someone who meets her intellectually, who speaks her language, who does not find her intensity exhausting the way almost everyone in Springfield has always found it exhausting. She has built a life that is genuinely and specifically hers, on the qualities the show has always identified as her defining ones. Her intelligence, her moral seriousness, her absolute refusal to settle for things that do not merit her full engagement. And Springfield is in her everywhere, not as a burden she is dragging behind her, not as something she is actively fighting against. Just as the texture of who she is, present in every interaction, in the things she notices and the things she does not, in the specific quality of her loneliness, which is not the loneliness of someone who has never been loved, but the loneliness of someone who has never been fully seen by the people who love her most. Hugh cannot reconcile himself to Homer. This is the engine of the episode's central crisis. A man formed by a different world, a world of British academic refinement and cultural cultivation, encountering the specific, warm, catastrophic, embarrassing, loving reality of Homer Simpson, and finding it impossible to integrate into his understanding of who Lisa is and who she comes from. The episode's resolution is that Hugh is wrong, and that the right man for Lisa will love Homer. Not tolerate Homer. Not politely accept Homer as the unavoidable cost of the relationship. Actually love him, specifically and genuinely, the way you love something that is irreducibly itself, that cannot be anything other than what it is, and whose inability to be anything else is part of what makes it worth loving. This is the show telling you what Lisa needs from a partner. Someone who can see Homer, the way the show sees Homer, as a genuinely lovable disaster whose failures are not separate from his capacities, but inseparable from them. As a man whose specific kind of love for his daughter is among the most complete expressions of love the show has depicted, even though it routinely generates suffering as a byproduct. The episode returns Lisa to 8 at the end, leaving the answer to whether she finds this person somewhere in the decades the show will never depict. But it has told you what she needs, and in telling you what she needs, it has told you what she is missing. Which is what Lisa has always been missing. What the show has been documenting her missing since her first appearance. The specific recognition that is available to her from exactly the right person and unavailable from everyone else she has ever been surrounded by. Now look at what the flash forward episodes do with Bart. The contrast with Lisa's futures is stark and consistent across every episode that imagines Bart's adult life. Bart's futures cluster around a specific kind of quiet, undramatic, recognizable struggle that looks like the adult expression of someone whose gifts were calibrated perfectly for being 10 and have not translated forward with the same clarity. He is charming. He remains charming. The charm that made him the most electric presence in Springfield Elementary, the social fearlessness and the irreverence and the capacity to make any room he enters feel like his room. These things have not left him. But the quality of the attention they generate has changed. At 10, the room turns to look at Bart and feels delight. At 40, the room turns to look at Bart and feels something more complicated, a mixture of genuine warmth and the specific wariness that accumulates around a person who is still working with the tools that served them best when they were young. He is underemployed in most of his future visions. Not dramatically unemployed, but underemployed in the way of someone whose talent is real, but whose application of it has never quite found the container that would make it productive at scale. He is in relationships that are difficult in the specific way of relationships with people who are still becoming rather than people who have become. The show cannot say this about Bart in the main timeline because in the main timeline, Bart's charm is protected by his age. At 10, charm does not require a future. At 10, the question of what charm becomes when it has to function in an adult world simply does not arise. The floating timeline protects Bart from this question indefinitely. But the flash forwards remove the protection. And what they show you is the honest assessment the show has always had of what Bart's particular configuration of gifts would produce if time were allowed to operate on it. Bart needed to stay 10. And in the main timeline, he does. The floating timeline gives him what he needs. But the flash forwards show you the cost of the alternative, the version of Bart that time would produce, and it is not a disaster, but it is a disappointment in the specific way that most adult lives are disappointments relative to the potential of their origin. Maggie's future is the most protected and the most revealing, precisely because of how aggressively the show protects it. In Lisa's wedding, the fortune teller is showing Lisa a vision of her future and begins to move toward a vision of Maggie's future, and the episode interrupts itself. The vision ends. We see Maggie preparing to say something. We hear her take the breath before a sentence. The scene ends before the sentence can begin. The show gives you the breath and takes back the words. In Holidays of Future Past, the show's most extended future episode, set approximately 30 years ahead, Maggie appears as a young woman who is pregnant and who communicates primarily through expression and gesture. She says almost nothing. Across 30 years of elapsed future time, Maggie has remained essentially functionally silent. The show will not let her speak even in the future. This is not because the writers do not know what she would say. It is because letting her say it would change the show's present. Maggie's silence is the show's most carefully maintained mystery. The one piece of unresolved tension that the show has been building for 36 years without allowing it to resolve. The day Maggie speaks a full sentence in the show's present, the mystery is over. The baby who has been watching everything and knowing everything and waiting for the right moment to act is no longer a baby holding a secret. The secret is what the show is protecting. Not Maggie. The secret. Because the secret, the thing Maggie has been watching Springfield and absorbing and organizing behind those enormous eyes for 36 years, is what the show has always been about. The hidden observer who sees the radiation and the denial and the marriages and the economic trap, and the death cycles and the buried confessions and the ending, they will not make. and who has been sitting in the middle of all of it since she was born, watching, waiting, not speaking. If Maggie speaks, she might say, "I know what this place is." And if she says that, Springfield has to reckon with itself. And Springfield cannot reckon with itself, so Maggie stays silent, and the show stays safe. And the baby with the eyes that have seen everything keeps watching and keeps waiting. And the show keeps promising that whatever she is about to say will be worth the 36-year wait. Section 7, expanded. The Springfield economy. The trap built to look like a town. Every town has an economy. Most towns have economies that are somewhat legible, that can be described in terms of what industries employ what percentage of the working population, and what the major commercial sectors are, and how the municipal budget relates to the tax base, and what the primary economic risks are if the town's economic foundations shift. Springfield's economy is not legible in this way. At the surface level, it appears to function like a conventional American small city. Diverse employment across multiple sectors, municipal infrastructure funded through taxes, residents who work at various institutions and businesses and patronize local establishments, and generally participate in the reciprocal economic relationships that characterize normal civic life. But one level down, the economy is something quite different. The nuclear power plant owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. This single fact makes every other economic fact in Springfield conditional on it. Every business that requires electricity to operate, which is to say every business in Springfield, is dependent on Burns's infrastructure. Every municipal institution that requires power, every hospital and school and prison and government building, operates on electricity that Burns controls. This is the foundation of what Burns has built. Not the plant's revenue, which is certainly considerable. The dependency. The structural condition in which the entire town's operational capacity requires the continued goodwill and continued operation of a single facility owned by a single man who has been alive for over a century and has never been meaningfully accountable for anything. You do not need to control the hospital to control healthcare in Springfield. You control the electricity the hospital runs on. You do not need to control the school to control education. You control the power the school's heating and lighting and administrative systems require. The control is total without being visible as control, because it operates at the level of infrastructure rather than at the level of institution. This is how the most durable kinds of power actually work, not through direct domination of every specific entity, but through control of the common resource that every entity requires. Water, power, the fundamental utilities that modern life cannot function without. Control these and you control the city, and you control it in a way that is practically impossible to challenge, because challenging the control means challenging the continued operation of the systems that keep people warm and lit and medically treated and housed. Springfield cannot challenge Burns. Not because Springfield lacks the numbers or the moral clarity, or even occasionally the motivation. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because Springfield needs what Burns provides, and the need is not incidental to the town's situation, but structurally embedded in it. Burns designed the embedding. He has spent a century ensuring that the town's dependency on his infrastructure is total enough to make meaningful resistance economically equivalent to self-destruction. The Simpson family's persistent financial fragility is not incidental to the structure. It is the structure's most personal expression. Homer Simpson works at the plant that provides the town's power. His salary is sufficient for his family's basic needs, but not sufficient to create economic independence, not sufficient to produce the kind of financial cushion that would make the prospect of leaving the plant, of challenging the plant's ownership, of organizing against the plant's safety violations a viable option. He needs the job. He needs it the way his town needs the power. The dependency is built into his circumstances at the personal scale in the same way it is built into the town's circumstances at the collective scale. And Homer cannot leave even if he wanted to, because the one thing that would make him genuinely want to leave, the full understanding of what his employer has done to his family across 3 generations, is precisely the thing that the contamination and the cognitive impairment and the crayon have collectively prevented him from holding in his mind clearly enough to act on. He knows, on some level. The show has given Homer several moments where the knowledge surfaces, where the connection between Burns and his mother's exile and his own broken childhood becomes briefly visible. He knows in the moment, and then the moment passes, and the knowledge goes back to wherever it lives in the part of his brain that the crayon keeps quiet. This is the economy's most elegant, self-perpetuating mechanism. The source of the dependency is also the source of the incapacity to challenge the dependency. The same facility that makes the town need Burns also ensures that the town is not capable of clearly seeing what it needs Burns for. The Springfield economy is the most ambitious piece of buried satire in the show's history because it requires the most accumulated viewing to see clearly. You need to have watched enough episodes to understand the town's infrastructure. You need to have watched enough episodes to track Burns's portfolio of influence across political and medical and educational and legal domains. You need to have watched enough episodes to see how the individual instances add up to a system, rather than a collection of unrelated incidents. And when you can finally see it clearly, what you see is one of the most precisely observed portraits of monopoly capitalism in the history of American comedy. Hidden inside the story of a family that is always almost broke. Operating as background context for the adventures of a safety inspector who cannot inspect. Running as the buried economic logic of a show that presents itself as a family sitcom. The plant is the town. The town is the trap. And the trap was built so well that the people inside it have excellent reasons to defend it. Because the trap is also the thing that keeps the lights on. Section 8. Expanded. The deaths they hid. Who stayed dead and who didn't. Death works differently in Springfield. Not just in the cartoon physics way of animated immortality, the way that characters survive falls and impacts and explosions, because the visual grammar of animation does not require physical consequences to be proportional to physical causes. Differently in a more specific and more interesting way. In a way that, once you begin to track it across the show's history, reveals a pattern in which death's permanence is distributed unequally across the population, where some characters stay dead and some come back, and the distribution of finality maps onto the show's other power structures in ways that are not coincidental. Maud Flanders died in season 11. She died in Alone Again, Naturadiddly, killed at a NASCAR race by a t-shirt cannon misfired. Because Homer was dodging the shirts and they struck her instead. The death was handled with genuine emotional seriousness, without comedy deflection, without the reset mechanism that processes most Springfield disasters back to baseline by the next episode. Ned's grief was depicted as real grief. The episode acknowledged that something permanent had occurred. But what happened next to Ned in the years after Maud's death is the buried content. He was allowed to grieve, but not allowed to heal. He dated tentatively in storylines that ended before they could produce anything. He remained a widower defined in perpetuity by a loss the show had committed to, kept in amber at the moment of the death, moving through subsequent seasons as a man who had experienced an ending, but whose story had not been permitted to continue past it. The show killed Maud, and then, across 15 more seasons, enforced a specific relationship to her death that serves the show's needs, rather than what grief's actual timeline might produce. Ned was allowed to be sad. He was not allowed to be healed, to move forward, to build something new on the site of the loss. Because healing would require time to have passed in a meaningful way, and time does not pass meaningfully in Springfield. The death happened. The grief was permitted. The resolution was not. Maud Flanders is still dead, and Ned Flanders is still grieving, and the show has maintained both of these facts across 15 seasons, because they serve the emotional texture the show needs from Ned's character. The suffering good man, the person for whom doing everything right does not produce the outcomes that doing everything right should produce. If Ned healed, he would be a different kind of character. The kind who had lost something, lost something, and rebuilt. The kind whose story contains recovery as well as suffering. Springfield doesn't do recovery, it does stasis. And Maud's death is the show's most specific imposition of stasis onto a character who would otherwise be required to change. Now consider the deaths that did not stay dead. Dr. Marvin Monroe was declared dead in Season 6, acknowledged through a memorial in the episode's closing credits. The production committed to the death formally through the dedication. Dr. Monroe was gone. He came back in Season 9, then again in Season 10, and subsequently across various episodes, returning to Springfield without explanation, without any character noting the contradiction between his established death and his continued appearances. The production explanation is routine, a continuity error in a show producing 20-plus episodes annually across multiple writing teams. This is almost certainly accurate. But within the world of Springfield, the result is a man who died and returned, and whose return was absorbed by the community with the same smooth, frictionless acceptance that the community applies to every other inconvenient fact about itself. Dr. Monroe died. Dr. Monroe lives. Both facts exist simultaneously in Springfield's archive, and neither fact generates friction with the other, because the cognitive infrastructure that would register the contradiction and demand its resolution is the same infrastructure that has been compromised by the power plant's decades of groundwater contamination. Springfield sees a dead man walking and files it under background noise. This is the collective denial mechanism applied to death. The town agreed to let Dr. Monroe be dead and then agreed to let him be not dead, and both agreements operated with the same institutional efficiency. The mechanism does not distinguish between the things it is asked to process. Deaths and resurrections are equally absorbable in a community that has learned to absorb everything. There is another category of death in The Simpsons that is more unsettling than the reversed deaths or the ignored ones. The deaths that are clearly foreshadowed across multiple seasons and never arrive. Homer should be dead, not in the cartoon invincibility sense of his impossible recoveries, in the actuarial insurance table medical statistics sense. The show has given Homer every risk factor associated with early mortality in real human populations. Chronic heavy alcohol consumption, a diet of processed food and saturated fat consumed in quantities that strain the cardiovascular system, workplace exposure to radiation in a facility with 342 safety violations, cognitive impairment that prevents him from recognizing, danger signals that should trigger protective responses, and the specific kind of stress that comes from being a man who consistently makes catastrophic decisions and lives with their consequences without being able to fully understand why they happen. Patty and Selma have said on screen that they do not expect Homer to live long. They say it as a comic aside and move on. But they say it, and the show chose to have them say it. And the probability assessment they are making is one that the show's own evidence supports completely. The foreshadowing of Homer's death is the most patient-buried element in the entire show. It has been accumulating since the early seasons, adding evidence with every documented risk factor and every narrow escape and every medical assessment that notes the impossibility of his continued survival. It has never arrived at its natural conclusion because Its natural conclusion is the one thing the show is architecturally incapable of depicting. Homer dies and the show ends. Not immediately, not that episode, but effectively. The emotional center is gone. The thing that keeps Marge and the family in Springfield coherent as a unit is gone. The show knows this, and the knowledge is why the foreshadowing never resolves. Why the evidence keeps accumulating without ever producing the verdict it points toward. The death they are most carefully hiding is Homer's. The show has been hiding it since season 1 by making it impossible while making it inevitable. Section 9, expanded. The Writer's Room Confessions. What they said in interviews that rewrites everything. The Simpsons has been made by human beings who love it. This is the fact that the critical conversation about the show's later seasons most consistently fails to account for. The conversation focuses on quality and relevance and the question of whether the current version honors the legacy of the earlier one. And in doing so, it treats the show as a product to be evaluated rather than as the ongoing project of specific people who have spent their careers building something they cannot leave. Those people have been talking about what they are building in interviews and DVD commentaries and podcast appearances and panel discussions, and the specific kind of retrospective honesty that becomes available after decades of working on something for the entire run of the show. The accumulated body of these conversations is a buried text that runs alongside the show itself, offering a version of the show that is more honest about its own intentions and anxieties and contradictions than the show can be through its characters or its plots. Let us spend time with what the writers have actually said. Al Jean, who has served as showrunner and executive producer across more of the show's run than almost any other individual, has said in various contexts that the show's distinctive quality is the specific relationship between its comedy surface and the genuine emotional pain beneath it. That the jokes are real, the comedy is real, and the darkness is also real, and that these two things are not in opposition to each other, but are different angles on the same material. He says this with the ease of someone who has articulated it many times. But the specific content of what he means, the actual darkness he is describing, is more specific than the general claim that good comedy contains sadness. He means something precise. He means Homer Simpson. Homer is not cognitively impaired because impairment is funny, though it is, and the show exploits the comedy available in the gap between Homer's intentions and his capacities with considerable skill. Homer is cognitively impaired because the show is making an honest argument about what a specific kind of American life produces in a specific kind of person. A man who was not born stupid, who has been through environmental contamination and literal physical brain damage and emotional trauma and systemic deprivation of the conditions that would have allowed him to develop his full potential, reduced to a version of himself that is less than what he was equipped to be. This is the show's buried social critique, and Al Jean has been saying so in interviews for 36 years. The critique is hidden in Homer's lovable incompetence, dressed in the comedy of his failures, made palatable by the warmth the show generates around his character. But the critique is there, stated plainly in the creative conversations that produce the show. Homer Simpson is what American working-class life does to a person who deserved better, depicted with genuine love and genuine anger simultaneously. The writers who have been most honest about the show's abandoned possibilities are usually the ones who worked on the early seasons and have had decades to reflect on the choices made and not made. The unmade Apu episode is the most frequently discussed of these possibilities. There were writers at various points in the show's history who wanted to make an episode about Apu's full biography. His immigration experience, the education that brought him to America, the specific texture of building a life in a place you arrived at by circumstances rather than by choice, the gap between the person he was formed to be and the person Springfield's demands allowed him to become. These writers knew what the honest version of this episode would be. They had thought about it, developed it, brought it to the room. And the room chose the easier option, the comedy version, the one that maintained the functional background character without requiring the show to sit with the full weight of what that background character's presence in the town actually represented. The confession is not that the harder episode was considered. It is that it was considered seriously, and the people who considered it knew it was the right choice, and they made the easier choice anyway. And they have been aware of this choice for decades. The unmade Apu episode is the show's most honest self-indictment, existing in the negative space of what was produced, visible only to the people who know what was almost made. The writer's confessions about the show's relationship to time are the most philosophically interesting category, the ones that reveal what the people making the show understand about what the floating timeline is doing and what it costs. Matt Groening has said in various contexts across various decades that the floating timeline is the show's central structural sadness. Not its flaw, not its compromise, but its sadness. The thing that gives the show its distinctive emotional register, that makes it feel like a dream of family rather than a depiction of one, is the same thing that prevents it from being what a story about people should be. Something that moves through time and changes accordingly. The characters are preserved. They are loved, and they are preserved. And the preservation is indistinguishable from a kind of death. A beautiful death. A death chosen from love. But a death nonetheless. Groening has said this knowing that the show will continue. The sadness does not stop the continuation. The preservation is chosen over the alternative because the alternative, allowing the characters to age and change and become the adults that time would make them, is its own kind of death. A more complete one. So the show chooses the preservation, and the preservation generates the sadness. And the sadness is what gives the warmth its particular quality. The warmth of a thing that is not quite alive in the way living things are alive, that is held in place against the forces that would change it, that is loved precisely because it cannot leave and you cannot leave it. The writers have been making a show about a family that cannot grow up because they love the family too much to let it grow up. And the show has been honest about this in the specific way available to a production that cannot be honest through its plots or its characters, through the commentary tracks, through the interviews, through the accumulated body of things the people who made it have said about what they were making. The buried confession of the writer's room is, we know what this is. We have always known. We know what the yellow means, and what the floating timeline means, and what Homer's survival means, and what Marge's patience costs, and what Bart's charm will become if time is allowed to work on it. We know all of it, and we chose to keep going anyway. Because stopping means ending. And ending means admitting that the version of America the show represents, the chaotic, loving, impossible middle-class family surviving every disaster and returning to the couch for one more episode, was always going to be temporary. We did not want it to be temporary, so we kept it going, and we kept it going. Section 10 expanded, the ending they never made, and what it would have to say. Every story has an ending. The Simpsons does not. Not yet. Not at the current moment in the show's production. Not at the moment you are reading or hearing these words. The show is still running. New episodes are still being produced. The family is still on the couch. Springfield is still yellow. The cooling towers are still on the horizon. And the ending that the show has been carrying for 20 years is still deferred. Still somewhere ahead. Still the thing the show is building toward without building toward. But the ending exists, not as a produced episode, as a body of creative consideration, a collection of conversations and drafts and deliberations that have been happening in the writer's room for the entire latter half of the show's run. The people who make The Simpsons have been thinking about how it ends for longer than most television shows exist. And fragments of those thoughts have escaped into public conversations across multiple decades. Enough fragments to sketch the shape of the ending they have been unable to make. The family leaves Springfield. This is the element that appears most consistently across the fragmented accounts of conversations nay about the finale. The family gets out. They drive away from the cooling towers and the quick E-Mart and the tire fire and Flanders house and the planned and everything that Springfield has been for 36 years. The ending is departure. Not catastrophic departure, not being forced out by disaster. A chosen departure. The family looking at Springfield and deciding to leave. This is the ending that the show's internal logic has been building towards since the very first episode established what Springfield is. If Springfield is a contamination zone, if it is an economic trap designed to prevent its residents from achieving genuine self-determination, if it is a collective denial machine that suppresses inconvenient truths and exiles those who insist on them, then the story of the Simpson family inside Springfield is ultimately a story about people inside a trap. And the only ending that this kind of story can have that is honest is the story of the trap opening. The family leaves. What do they leave toward? Nobody has said precisely. The destination is vague in all the accounts of the finale conversations, present as a direction rather than a specific location. They leave towards somewhere that is not Springfield, somewhere that does not have the plan on the horizon and burns in the mansion, and the water that makes people yellow and the air that makes people forget. They leave toward the possibility of being the people they might have been if Springfield had not been what it is. This vagueness is itself significant. The destination is not the point of the ending. The act of leaving is the point. The moment when the family is no longer inside the system that has contained them. When Springfield is something visible in the rearview mirror rather than the only context they have ever known. When the town goes from being the world to being a specific place in a larger world that contains alternatives. The ending is the moment of becoming free to be elsewhere. But the ending has not been made. And understanding why it has not been made is the last buried secret of the show, the one that contains all the others. The ending has not been made because making it would require the show to end. And the show ending is not just done, not just a production conclusion. It is the loss of something that has been part of the lives of its audience for 36 years. Something that is woven into the fabric of who those people are in ways that are not fully separable from their experience of their own lives. The Simpsons has been on the air for the entire adult lives of many of the people watching it right now. It has been on the air for the entire lives of some of the younger people watching it. It was on the air before many of its viewers were born and has been a constant during all the years since. It is not background. It is not simply entertainment. It is part of the temporal structure of the lives of the generations that grew up with it. Part of the calendar, part of the rhythm of a year, part of the furniture of the mind. Ending the show is ending something that lives inside people. The writers know this. They have always known this. The protective decisions, the resets and the recoveries, and the preserved marriages and the ageless children, all of them have been made with this knowledge as their foundation. The show has been protecting its audience's relationship to it for 36 years, choosing the maintenance of what the audience needs over the risks that might have produced something greater. And the finale, the ending they are still carrying, is the ultimate expression of this protection. They know how to end it. They have known for years. They are choosing not to end it because ending it means the show can no longer do what the show does, which is be there. On Sunday night, with the couch and the chalkboard and the yellow faces and all the buried things and all the buried frames. The ending exists as a kind of threat held over the show's own head. If we make this, it will be beautiful and honest and everything the 36 years of building we're building toward. And the show will be over. and they are not ready to be over. And we are not ready for them to be over. So the loop continues. Every week, the opening plays. The clouds part. Over Springfield. The cooling towers are on the horizon. The school bell rings and the family disperses and the family returns. And the couch is there and something happens to the couch. And then the episode begins and Springfield is Springfield and will be Springfield next week and the week after and the week after that. Until it isn't. Until the day the opening plays one last time and the credits roll one last time and the family is on the couch one last time and somewhere in the last frame. Somehow the ending says what it has been waiting to say. And the cooling towers get smaller in the rearview mirror, and Springfield gets smaller. And the family drives toward wherever they are going, toward the destination the show has been too careful to name, toward the world outside the frame, toward whatever the people they really are look like in a context that has not been contaminating them. That ending is coming. It is still coming. And until it does, until the loop stops floating and starts landing, Springfield will be exactly as it has always been. All the buried things in all the buried frames. All the yellow faces and the four fingers and the background characters and the chalkboard testimony and the couch that keeps surviving what the world does to it and the marriage that keeps surviving what the marriage does to itself and the children who are not allowed to grow up and the economy that is a trap and the deaths that did not stay dead and the confession that has been accumulating. Since 1989 in the space between the accepted explanation and the actual evidence. All of it right there, in every frame, waiting. Coda, the light that never goes out. It is late, the house has gone to whatever the late-night version of itself is. The sounds of the day have finished. What is left is the particular ambient signature of a home at rest, the quiet that is not silence but the absence of the day's noise. What remains when everything louder has stopped. This is the hour when the buried things surface. Not with the drama of revelation, not with the clarity of a scene in an episode that is building toward an explicit statement. Quietly, the way the most important things always surface. In the peripheral attention, in the 3-second wide shots. In the figure in the background whose radiation suit at the picnic you were not supposed to notice. We spent tonight in the parts of Springfield that the episode guides do not cover. The yellow that is not an art style but a symptom. The color that the people who carry it have never been able to question. Not because they do not have eyes, but because the same source that made them yellow compromised the cognitive mechanism that would generate the question. The couch that is not a timing device but a weekly meditation on what home means and whether home survives what the world does to it. The ritual of return that persists through every disruption, that the family performs in wreckage and fire and vacuum, that is stronger than the furniture it is built around. The chalkboard that is not a punishment but testimony, the place where the show steps outside Springfield and addresses its audience directly in the 20-word doses of Bart's weekly lines, erasing the testimony before the episode begins, and writing something new the next week, building an archive that would look like a confession if anyone read all of it together. The background characters who are not furniture but witnesses. Hans Mollman, 31 years old and ancient, dying and returning and dying again. His name forgotten by the town that has watched him for 36 years. The figure in the radiation suit at the company picnic, present for 3 seconds in a wide shot, announcing what the plant is to anyone who happens to be watching the periphery of the frame. The marriage that is both a love story and a document of what love requires from two specific people in the specific circumstances their lives have produced. The choice that both of them keep making, clear-eyed, at the cost they both understand, because the alternative is a truth neither of them can survive. The children who are not allowed to grow up, but whose futures the show visits in controlled glimpses, showing you what it believes they would become if time were allowed to work on them. Lisa carrying Springfield everywhere she goes. Bart still working with 10-year-old tools at 40. Maggie still not speaking even decades into the future. The mystery still protected even when the future has been visited. The economy that is a trap designed to look like a town. Burns at the center of it, a century old and maintained through weekly radiation treatments. The most expensive and most durable form of power in Springfield's history. The man who built the dependency that makes challenging him economically equivalent to self-destruction. The deaths that the show hid or reversed or kept as perpetual foreshadowing without resolution. Maud permanently dead and Ned permanently grieving. And Dr. Monroe back from the dead without explanation. And Homer foreshadowed as mortal in every episode and surviving every episode because Homer's death is the one thing the show cannot do to its audience. The writers who have been saying in interviews for 36 years what the show cannot say through its characters. The buried social critique. The sadness of the floating timeline. The confession that the preservation of the characters is a choice made from love, and that love and loss are not distinguishable when you look at them closely enough. And the ending. Still unmade. Still carried. Still the shape of what the show has been building toward since the first episode. Established what Springfield is and what the family is doing inside it. The family leaving. The cooling towers in the rearview mirror. The destination unnamed because the destination is not the point. The leaving is the point. The moment of departure from the thing that has contained them. It is coming, not tonight, not this week, not this season. But the show's own logic demands it eventually, and the love that has been protecting the show from its own conclusions cannot protect it forever. Until then, Springfield will be here. The cooling towers will be on the horizon, and the water will be doing what the water does, and the background characters will carry their biographies in the margins, and the couch will survive. Whatever this week does to it, and the family will arrive and sit, and the episode will begin, and then the next one will begin, and then the next. The loop. The beautiful, patient, devastating loop. The show that will not end. The family that will not age. The buried things in every frame, right where they have always been, waiting for the specific hour and the specific attention that surfaces them. You are in that hour now. You have always been in that hour. Springfield knows. Sleep well. It will still be here when you wake up. It always is. That is the whole point. That has always been the whole point. Section 11, the tire fire. Springfield's monuments to the forgotten. There is a tire fire that has been burning in Springfield since the first season of the show. It is not a plot point. It is not the subject of an episode. Nobody in Springfield has ever organized a response to it, or demanded its extinguishment, or filed an environmental complaint about the smoke it generates continuously over one of the residential neighborhoods of an American town. The tire fire is background. The tire fire is Springfield as it exists at the level of detail below the narrative's concern. The tire fire is just a thing that is there, burning. In the background of establishing shots, the way the cooling towers are in the background of other establishing shots, the way the wrong-colored sky is in the background of every outdoor scene. It has been burning for 36 years. Tires do not stop burning once they have been set alight. Not without intervention. Tire fires in the real world are difficult and expensive to extinguish and are known to burn for years or decades without anyone doing what is required to end them. The Springfield tire fire is therefore, within the show's own realistic register, a genuine ongoing environmental hazard that has been generating toxic smoke over the town for the entire duration of the show's run. Nobody has put it out. This is because in Springfield, things that should generate an organized response do not generate an organized response. Three-eyed fish in the river, the tire fire in the background, the human skeletons in the basement of the nuclear plant, the luminous rats in the plant's walls, the cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum. Each of these is a fact of the town's environment that, in any functioning community with operational civic infrastructure and a population capable of collective action in response to shared threats, would have been addressed long ago. In Springfield, they are backdrop. They are the visual texture of the town's environment. They are things that simply are, that have always been, that do not require a response because the people who would need to generate the response have been breathing the same air and drinking the same water as the tire fire for long enough that their capacity for response has been fundamentally altered. The tire fire is the show's most casual buried confession. More casual even than the yellow skin, because the yellow skin at least sits on the characters themselves, is visible in every frame that contains a person. The tire fire is in the establishing shots, in the wide views of the town, in the backgrounds of outdoor scenes that take place near the relevant neighborhoods. It is environmental rather than personal. It is about what the town is rather than what the people in it are. But it is also, in its specific way, about what the people in it are. Because a population that is not putting out a tire fire that has been burning for 36 years is a population that has decided, consciously or through incapacity, that the fire is an acceptable feature of their shared environment. That breathing this smoke is a reasonable condition of living in this place. That whatever it costs to organize an extinguishment is a cost not worth paying. This is what contamination does to a community over time. Not just to individual bodies, but to the collective capacity for protective action. The same mechanisms that prevent Homer from seeing the full architecture of his relationship to Burns, that prevent Marge from fully acknowledging what her patience costs, that prevent any Springfield resident from looking at the three-eyed fish and following the question to its conclusion. These mechanisms also prevent the town from putting out the fire in their backyard. The fire has been there since before the show's narrative begins. It was there before Homer and Marge were a couple, before Bart was born, before Lisa and Maggie. The fire is older than the Simpson family's participation in Springfield's story, which means it predates whatever decisions the family has made about their lives in this town. The fire was burning when Homer took the job at the plant. The fire was burning when the family moved into Evergreen Terrace. The fire was part of the environment that shaped them from the beginning, a chronic condition rather than an acute event. Chronic conditions do not generate the same responses as acute ones. If the fire had started last week, Springfield would mobilize. The newspapers would cover it. Chief Wiggum would send someone. The town meeting would include it on the agenda. There would be urgency. But the fire started before the show began. Before any of the characters whose responses might matter were in a position to generate them. By the time the show begins, the fire is already background, already normalized, already part of what Springfield simply is. This is how the most serious ongoing environmental damage is maintained. Not through dramatic ongoing decisions to allow it, but through the gradual normalization of a condition that arrived incrementally enough that no single moment ever felt like the moment requiring decisive response. The tire fire is Springfield's monument to the power of incremental normalization. It burns in the background of the show's establishing shots, visible to anyone who watches the wide frames rather than the centered action, never referenced, never resolved. A permanent feature of the show's visual landscape since the day it started. And it will still be burning on the day the show ends. Section 12. The Treehouse of Horror. What the Nightmares Know. Every October, The Simpsons suspends its normal rules. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, annual Halloween specials that have been a feature of the show since Season 2, operate outside the show's canonical continuity. Characters die in them and come back next week. Events occur that contradict the show's established reality and are never referenced in subsequent episodes. The normal narrative logic of Springfield is suspended for 3 short horror comedy anthology segments that can do things the regular show cannot. This is the official framing. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are non-canonical Halloween specials, protected by their own special episode status from any obligation to be consistent with or consequential for the main show's continuity. But the Treehouse of Horror episodes are also, across their 30-plus years of production, the show's most honest annual document. The place where what the show cannot say in its regular episodes, the darkness that the main narrative has to process through comedy and resolution, and the reset mechanism, can be said directly, without the protective insulation of the ongoing story's requirements. The very first Treehouse of Horror from Season 2 contains a segment called Bad Dream House, in which the Simpsons family moves into a haunted house that actively attempts to kill them. The house's evil is represented as a psychic force that the house generates from its own malevolent nature, independent of any specific supernatural entity residing within it. The Simpsons family already lives in a house whose environment is attempting to harm them. The Bad Dream House segment is the show's first Treehouse of Horror and also its first direct statement about the family's actual living situation, displaced into the supernatural horror register, where it can be depicted without the main show having to acknowledge the statement. Springfield is the haunted house. The contamination is the malevolent force. The family lives inside it and is being harmed by it, and the show cannot say this in its regular episodes without breaking the tone that makes the regular episodes work, and so it says it in October, in the horror special, protected by the non-canonical framing. This is the Treehouse of Horror's buried function, to tell you what the main show cannot tell you, while the main show is telling you other things. The Treehouse segments that deal with government and institutional power are particularly interesting in this context. There are multiple segments across the show's run in which Burns or Burns-like figures appear in horror contexts, in which the power structures of Springfield are depicted as explicitly monstrous rather than merely implicitly problematic. In the regular show, Burns is a comedy villain, the oligarch as buffoon, threatening but always ultimately containable because the show needs him to be containable for its own narrative to function. The show has to be able to return to baseline after each Burns-centered episode, which means Burns cannot achieve his goals in ways that would fundamentally alter the world the show returns to. In the Treehouse episodes, Burns can be what he actually is. He can be depicted as genuinely monstrous without the comedy insulation, without the need to be defeatable before the credits roll, without the narrative requirement to remain in a form that the show can work with next week. The horror register allows his actual qualities, the century-long survival through radiation maintenance, the deliberate architectural construction of an entire town's dependency, the casual use of wealth to ensure that no consequence ever reaches him, to be presented without the frame that makes them acceptable. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show's annual confession about what it has been building all year but cannot state directly. They arrive in October, say the things that are true about Springfield in the language of horror, and then retreat into non-canonical status, protected from the main show's continuity requirements, leaving behind the knowledge that has been deposited before the episode's special status provides its protective deniability. The nightmares know what the waking episodes cannot acknowledge. The Halloween specials are the show's most honest annual document. They are also, appropriately, the ones set in the dark. Section 13. The phone calls, communication, and its failure in Springfield. There is a recurring visual in The Simpsons that appears across dozens of episodes in a form so familiar that it has become invisible. Homer on the telephone. Homer on the telephone with Marge, calling to tell her about whatever has happened. Homer on the telephone with Bart, warning him or calling him to account. or asking him something that requires the distance of the telephone's mediation. Because whatever is being communicated requires that Homer not be in the same room as the person he is communicating with. Homer calling the police, calling work, calling a business, calling whoever it is that the episode has established as the entity that needs to be notified about whatever disaster Homer has become involved in. The telephone in The Simpsons is a device that transmits information across distance, which is its literal function, but it is also, in the show's visual grammar, the device that marks communication's failure. When Homer calls Marge, it is usually because he cannot tell her in person. When he calls Bart, it is usually because the distance the telephone creates is the only way the thing being communicated can be said. When he calls the police, it is usually too late for the police to be useful. The telephone in The Simpsons is what you reach for when you need to communicate something that the direct human presence would make impossible, when the face-to-face encounter with the person you need to reach is not available or not survivable. This is the telephone's function in the show's emotional geography. It is the instrument of communication at the moment when real communication has become impossible, when the gap between two people has grown large enough that the only way to bridge it is through a device that carries words across distance without carrying the words' full weight. Homer and Marge have the most telephone-mediated relationship in the show's history. Not because they are distant, not because they do not spend enormous amounts of time in the same physical space, but because so much of what needs to be said between them cannot be said in the same room, where the presence of the other person, the specific reality of Homer's Homerness and Marge's Margeness, would make the saying impossible. The telephone allows a version of communication that the face-to-face does not allow. A version from which the specific embodied reality of the other person can be partially abstracted. The telephone is where the Simpsons characters go when they need to communicate something real without having to be fully present while communicating it. It is, in this sense, the show's symbol for the kind of communication that Springfield's collective denial mechanism makes necessary. When the full presence of the thing being communicated would require acknowledging something that Springfield's shared agreement says is not to be acknowledged, the telephone allows communication at one remove, close enough to reach the person, far enough to protect the speaker from the full weight of what they are saying. Homer calls Marge from the power plant. He is not saying, "I am at the place that is poisoning you and our children and the entire town and has been for decades." He is saying, "I will be late for dinner." The telephone allows the former to be contained inside the latter. The distance makes the delivery survivable. The failure of communication in Springfield is not a failure of technology or geography. It is a structural feature of a community that has organized itself around the management of what can and cannot be said. The telephone is the device that embodies this structure in a portable physical form that makes it available for every scene where communication needs to happen without the full truth being required to travel with it. Section 14. The Simpsons in America. The show that watched itself become real. In 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson serves as the first female president of the United States. Her predecessor in the Oval Office, referenced briefly and played as an obvious joke about the absurd direction of American celebrity culture and political life, was Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before the 2016 election. The internet rediscovered this fact in 2016, and the response was enormous. A cultural moment that transcended the show's own audience and entered the mainstream conversation as evidence for a range of theories about the nature of The Simpsons' relationship to American reality. From the serious, the writers are brilliant trend extrapolators. To the playful, the writers are time travelers. To the genuinely strange, the show has some kind of predictive relationship to events it depicts. The show's own producers have addressed this directly and repeatedly. Al Jean's explanation is the most direct. If you produce nearly 800 episodes of satirical content about American culture over 36 years, some of it will line up with future events through sheer statistical probability. The volume of content creates the opportunities for coincidence. The confirmation bias of the internet, which amplifies the matches and ignores the misses, creates the impression of prophecy from what is actually the natural distribution of outcomes across an enormous body of satirical observation. This explanation is both true and insufficient. It is true that the volume explanation accounts for most of the predictions. Most of the things the show appears to have predicted are predictions in the same sense that throwing 1,000 darts at a dartboard will eventually produce some bullseyes. The prediction is a statistical artifact of the content generation, not evidence of special knowledge. But some of the coincidences are specific in ways that the volume explanation does not fully account for. The Trump prediction did not simply forecast that a celebrity might become president. It named Trump specifically. The episode showed him descending an escalator in a visual sequence that echoes the famous 2015 announcement. The specificity exceeds what the volume explanation would typically produce. The Cypress Hill London Symphony Orchestra joke from 1996 depicted this exact collaboration happening accidentally, and the collaboration actually happened in 2024, 28 years later. The specificity of the prediction, the specific pairing of these two entities, is beyond what random coincidence typically generates. The Higgs-boson episode from 1998 contained a mathematical equation on Homer's chalkboard that, according to physicists who have since examined it, closely approximates the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was not confirmed experimentally until 2012. The equation was included in the episode by a writer with a mathematics background who was playing with particle physics. The accuracy was not intentional, but the proximity of the result to the experimental finding is notable. The show's most philosophically interesting quality is not that it has predicted specific events. It is that it has shaped the cultural context in which those events occurred, the cultural imagination in which they were processed and made sense of. When The Simpsons made a joke about Trump becoming president in 2000, that joke entered the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people saw it. It became part of the cultural vocabulary around Trump's public persona and his periodic suggestions that he might run for office. By the time 2015 arrived and Trump actually descended his escalator, the image was not shocking, partly because the show had made it familiar. The joke primed the cultural imagination to receive the event as something between inevitable and absurd, which is precisely how most of the people watching the announcement experienced it. The show did not predict Trump. The show made Trump thinkable as a cultural outcome, made it familiar enough that when it happened, it felt not like a shock, but like a recognition. We have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. This is the deeper claim about the show's relationship to American reality, the one that goes past the statistics of prediction. The Simpsons has been, for 36 years, the cultural space in which the most extreme possible versions of American life are rendered familiar before they arrive. The nuclear power plant is a casual feature of a small American town. The oligarch whose wealth makes him immune to all consequences. The government's total incompetence in addressing environmental disaster. The population too cognitively compromised by their environment to effectively challenge the structures that are harming them. All of this has been normalized by the show across 36 years of background detail and running gag and quietly devastating subtext. And when the real versions of these things arrived, they arrived into a cultural landscape that had already made them thinkable, that had already processed them as obvious satirical exaggeration, that had already laughed at them often enough that the laughter had worn away some of the horror that should accompany their recognition. Springfield is America's most patient mirror. It has been holding the reflection for 36 years, and we have stared into it long enough that we have begun to resemble what we see. Section 15. The last scene. What the final episode must contain. Whenever The Simpsons ends, and it will end, the last episode will be the most watched television event in the history of the medium. Not because the current viewership numbers would suggest this. The show's audience has declined from its peak in ways that are clearly visible in the ratings data across its later seasons. But the accumulated weight of the show's cultural significance, the decades it has been part of people's lives, the generations it has shaped, will ensure that the last episode is an event of a different order than the ratings of any individual current-era episode would predict. When The Simpsons ends, people who have not watched in 20 years will watch. People who grew up with the show and drifted away and came back and drifted away again will watch. People who were born after the show's peak and have grown up knowing it as a cultural artifact rather than an active beloved series will watch. The ending will reach people that the ongoing show has not been reaching, because an ending is a different kind of event from a continuation. What must the last episode say? It must say something that honors 36 years of what the show has been. It must close the loop in a way that acknowledges the loop, that gives the floating timeline's frozen characters their moment of recognition before the credits roll for the last time. It must do justice to Homer and Marge as a partnership, to Bart as the boy who was always almost too much for the world that contained him, to Lisa as the girl who saw everything clearly and kept trying anyway, to Maggie as the observer who has been waiting for 36 years to say what she knows. It must address Burns. Not necessarily punish him, not necessarily deliver the justice that 36 seasons of evidence for his crimes would warrant if Springfield were capable of delivering it, but acknowledge him. Acknowledge what he has been and what he has done and what the town that is his creation has cost the people who have lived inside it. It must include the yellow. The last episode must, in some form, acknowledge the color, not through exposition, not through a dramatic revelation scene in which the scientific facts of Springfield's radiation contamination are laid out for the characters who have been living inside them for decades. The show has never operated at that register, and it should not start in the last episode. But the yellow must be seen by someone, in some way, in the last episode. Someone must look at their yellow hands and understand what they are looking at. This is the last buried secret the show is protecting. The moment when someone inside Springfield looks directly at the evidence and sees it. When the 40-year collective agreement not to ask the obvious question is broken by the act of one person asking it. And the last episode must let the family leave. If the finale is what the various creative conversations suggest it will be, if the family departs Springfield, drives away from the cooling towers, and the tire fire and Burns's mansion and the cracked reactor and the yellow water and all the buried things and all the buried frames, then the last image the show owes its audience is this: the house on Evergreen Terrace, empty. The couch visible through the living room window, unchanged, in its position, present without the family that has surrounded it for 36 years. The television dark for the first time. And outside, somewhere on the Springfield Road, a car heading toward wherever else there is. This is the ending they have been carrying. This is the ending the loop has been building toward. This is what happens when the most patient, buried secret in television history finally surfaces. The family gets to leave the show that has been keeping them. They drive away. And the last thing you see before the credits is the house standing there in Springfield's slightly wrong light, the cooling tower still visible on the horizon, the tire fire still burning in the background, still burning, still there. As it has always been, as it will continue to be long after the Simpsons are gone. Because the plant does not end when the family leaves. The contamination does not end. The trap does not dismantle itself just because the specific family whose story we have been following has escaped it. Springfield continues. The yellow continues. The water continues doing what the water does. But the family is out, and the show finally is over. Final coda. The things that stay. When the lights go off and the episode ends and you are in whatever quiet place you found tonight for this particular journey through Springfield's buried things, what stays with you may be the yellow. The color you will never look at the same way, will never take at face value, will always see now as what it has always been. The mark of the town on the people it contains. Maybe the couch. The ritual of return. The family sitting down in the burning house. The home that survives every threat to it, not because the threat is removed, but because the family's relationship to home is not conditional on the home's safety. Maybe the chalkboard. The testimony in chalk that erases before the episode begins, that has been building an archive of buried confession for 36 years, that the show writes down and takes back and writes something new next week, maintaining its honesty in the one space the main narrative cannot control. Maybe Hans Moleman, 31 years old and ancient, dying and coming back, his name forgotten by everyone who has watched him die, carrying in his small, bewildered body the concentrated evidence of what the water has done. Maybe Homer and Marge choosing each other with clear eyes, knowing the cost, choosing anyway, the marriage surviving because both of them need it to survive, and because love and need are not always distinguishable, and that is not necessarily a diminishment of either. Maybe Maggie. Watching, waiting. The baby who knows everything, who has been organizing what she knows behind those enormous eyes for 36 years, who has not yet decided that the moment to speak has arrived. The moment is coming. It is always coming, and until it does, Springfield remains exactly as it has been since December 17th, 1989. The cooling towers on the horizon, the couch in the living room, the chalkboard in the empty classroom, the background characters in the margins of the frame, all the buried things in all the buried frames, waiting for you to come back, as they always have, as they always will, until the last episode, until the family leaves, until the credits roll, until the house stands empty and the television goes dark and the tire fire burns on in the background without anyone to notice. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Sleep well. It will be here when you wake up. Section 16. The music. Danny Elfman's buried message in the theme. The Simpsons theme is one of the most recognized pieces of music in the history of American television. Its opening notes trigger instant recognition across multiple generations of viewers in dozens of countries. It has been performed by symphony orchestras, covered by rock bands, remixed into electronic music, played at sporting events, parodied in every conceivable form. It exists in the collective musical memory of anyone who has spent any time near a television in the last 36 years in a way that almost no other piece of composed television music achieves. Danny Elfman wrote it. He wrote it quickly, in the compressed timeline of a television production, generating a theme that the show then locked into permanent use for 36 years without significant alteration. The basic architecture of the theme, the opening horn flourish, the xylophone carries the melody, the building orchestral arrangement that culminates in the title card. This structure has been present since the first episode, and will apparently be present until the last. But the theme is stranger than the familiarity of its recognition allows you to notice. The Simpsons theme is in a weird key. Not technically unusual for a composed piece of music, but unusual in context. It is in a key that sits slightly sideways from the emotional registers most television themes occupy. Most television themes aim for one of two primary emotional registers: warmth and comfort for family shows, signaling safety and the pleasant domesticity of what follows, or excitement and propulsion for adventure shows, signaling that something engaging and stimulating is about to happen. The Simpsons theme is neither of these. It occupies a middle register that is harder to name, slightly manic, slightly melancholy, rhythmically driven, but in a way that feels like anxiety expressed as energy, rather than excitement expressed as movement. The xylophone gives it a toy-like quality that sits oddly with the full orchestral arrangement surrounding it. The contrast between the toy box instrument at the melody's center and the full orchestra doing everything else creates a tonal dissonance that is smoothed over by familiarity but is present in every performance of the theme if you let yourself hear it. The theme sounds like childhood memory filtered through adult knowledge. It sounds like the feeling of watching something you loved as a child and recognizing in it, from your adult perspective, things that were there all along but that your child's perception did not have the equipment to register. It sounds like nostalgia with a dark edge, like warmth that knows what it is warming you against. This is precisely the emotional register of the show itself. The Simpsons is warm. The Simpsons is funny. The Simpsons generates genuine delight and genuine comfort and genuine recognition in the people who watch it. And The Simpsons contains everything we have been discussing tonight: the radiation and the trap and the buried confession and the deaths that did not stay dead and the ending that will not be made, and the family frozen in amber against the forces of time. The theme sounds like the show feels, not the surface feeling of the comedy, the deeper feeling, the one underneath the jokes, the one that is there at this particular hour, when the defenses are down and the peripheral attention is active, when the images move past the point of directed watching and into the realm of just being present with something that has always been there. The theme is the key to everything the show is, and it plays every episode right at the start, announcing what is coming, hiding the announcement in the familiarity of its own recognition. You have heard it thousands of times. You may not have heard what it was saying. Section 17. The treehouse of Homer's mind. The coma, the dream, and the love underneath. There is a theory, the most beloved and most debated fan theory in the show's history, that holds that Homer Simpson has been in a coma since April 1993, and that every episode that has aired since that date is the dream of an unconscious man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General. We have visited this theory before in earlier contexts, but it deserves its own extended consideration here at this late hour in the particular quality of attention that this hour makes available. Because the coma theory is not primarily a theory about the show's narrative structure or its continuity errors or the explanation for why nobody ages. The coma theory is primarily a theory about love. The episode that establishes the coma is season 4's So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show, which aired April 1st, 1993. Bart's April Fool's prank escalates until Homer is hospitalized. In the hospital, a vending machine falls on him and puts him into a clinical coma. He is unconscious for 7 weeks. He flatlines. The episode ends with him apparently waking up. Apparently. The final moments of the episode include the information that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone permanently. Homer's response to this is to laugh, and when asked why he is laughing, he says he does not know. He does not know why he is laughing. He has just been told that part of his brain is permanently gone, and he does not know why he is laughing. The episode ends. The theory says Homer did not wake up from that coma. The apparent awakening is itself part of the dream. Every episode since April 1993 is the unconscious generation of a man whose brain is slowly losing its battle with the damage it sustained. Everything since then, all the space travel and the celebrity encounters and the impossible adventures and the meeting. God twice and the Loch Ness Monster and all of it. Is the dream generated by a damaged brain that cannot run a normal simulation anymore, that is producing increasingly surreal content as its capacity for realistic simulation deteriorates? The evidence for the structural accuracy of this theory, the tonal shift after season 4, the escalating implausibility of later storylines, the celebrities that flood the later seasons as ambient stimuli from the hospital room getting incorporated into the dream, has been cataloged extensively elsewhere and is beyond the scope of what we are doing tonight. What we are doing tonight is looking at what the theory means if it is true. If Homer is dreaming, then the dream is a specific choice of content. A coma does not produce random content. It produces content drawn from what the dreamer values, from what the dreamer needs, from what the dreamer cannot bear to be separated from. The dreaming brain organizes its material around the things that matter most to the dreamer. What does Homer's coma dream contain? Marge still loves him. This is present in every episode. In every scenario, no matter how implausible the surrounding circumstances, Marge is with Homer, chooses Homer, comes back to Homer. Bart is still his mischievous 10-year-old, still at home, still needing Homer as a father in the specific and difficult way that 10-year-old Bart needs Homer. Lisa still plays her saxophone. Maggie is still small enough to carry. The family is preserved at the moment Homer went under. Because the coma cannot generate their futures, cannot imagine what they have become in the years since April 1993, because Homer was not there to see it happen. His unconscious mind can only work with the reference material it has. And the reference material it has is the family as they were on the day the vending machine fell. So in the dream, nobody ages. In the dream, Marge is always the age she was when Homer last saw her clearly. In the dream, the children are always the ages they were in the last conscious moments before everything went dark. In the dream, the house is always the house he remembers. The couch is always the couch. The beer is always cold. The dream gives Homer exactly what Homer needs most. Not wealth or adventure or the resolution of his conflicts with Burns, or the restoration of his mother, or the clearing of his name in whatever disputes his actual life contained. Just this. The family, intact, together, in the house, at home. If the coma theory is true, then The Simpsons is not a comedy about a dysfunctional family. It is a love story about a man who is dying, or who is suspended between dying and not dying, who is spending whatever time his damaged brain can generate dreaming of the one thing he cannot let go of: his family. Every episode where Homer does something catastrophically stupid and Marge forgives him anyway is Homer's brain dreaming of being forgiven. Every episode where the family faces a threat and survives it together is Homer's brain dreaming of surviving. Every couch gag where the home is threatened and the family sits down anyway is Homer's brain dreaming that home is indestructible because the dreamer needs it to be. Homer's coma dream is the most concentrated possible expression of what the show has always been about, from its very first episode to whatever its last episode will be. A family, together, at home. That is everything. That is all of it. That is the yellow and the couch and the chalkboard and the buried secrets and the endings that will not come and the love that keeps the loop running. A father dreaming of his family, because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. And every episode you have ever watched, every time you have come home to The Simpsons, every Sunday night, and every late night viewing session, and every episode you have seen so many times, every line, every single one of them is this same man refusing to let the dream end, refusing to wake up, refusing to find out how much time has passed, refusing to let the family go. the love underneath everything, the thing all the buried secrets are protecting. The reason the show does not end. Thank you for being here tonight. Sleep well. Homer is still dreaming, and the family is still together at home on Evergreen Terrace, right where they have always been, right where they will always be. Section 18. What Lisa knows and cannot say. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old and she knows everything. Not everything in the sense of possessing all available information. Everything in the more specific and more troubling sense of having processed the information available to her in Springfield with a clarity that no other resident of the town has demonstrated, and then having arrived at conclusions that the town cannot acknowledge without dismantling itself. Lisa knows about the plant. She has said so in various forms across dozens of episodes. She has tested the water. She has analyzed the fish. She has connected the safety violations to the health outcomes she observes in the population around her. She has done from the position of an 8-year-old girl without institutional resources or adult authority the investigative work that the show's official institutions have been structured to prevent. And she has told people. She has told her family, her teachers, her classmates, the town meeting, various officials, various journalists, various people who were positioned to take what she was saying and turn it into action. Nothing has changed. This is the most honest thing the show does with its most honest character. It depicts Lisa's intelligence as genuine and her knowledge as accurate and her efforts to communicate what she knows as sustained and serious. And it depicts the reception of that intelligence and that knowledge and those efforts as fundamentally, structurally indifferent. Lisa is not ignored because she is a child. She is ignored because what she is saying is what Springfield cannot hear. The cognitive machinery that would process her information and convert it into action is the same machinery that has been compromised by the condition she is trying to describe. She is trying to describe a disease to the people who have the disease, and the disease has specifically targeted the capacity to receive this description. This is not a tragedy that the show plays for tragedy. It is a condition that the show plays for comedy and drama and the specific kind of emotional resonance that comes from watching someone do the right thing in a context designed to prevent the right thing from producing any effect. Lisa keeps trying. Springfield keeps not changing. The combination of these two facts, sustained across 36 seasons, is the show's most sustained statement about the limits of individual intelligence against structural inertia. She cannot save Springfield, but she cannot stop trying. And in the particular quality of attention that late-night watching makes available, in the peripheral awareness that does not force the comedy or the drama but simply watches both occurring simultaneously, Lisa's ongoing effort in a context that prevents it from succeeding is not depressing. It is something else. Something that requires a word the English language does not quite have. Something between admiration and grief and the specific tenderness that you feel for a person who keeps doing the right thing because they do not know how to do anything else. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She has known what Springfield is since she was old enough to read a water quality report. She has not been able to say it in a way that changes anything. She keeps saying it anyway. That is the show's buried statement about what intelligence is for in a world that is not designed to receive what intelligence produces. Not for winning, for knowing, for saying, for keeping the record. Even if no one is listening, even if the record gets reset every episode, even if Springfield wakes up next week not knowing what Lisa said today, she will say it again next week. She always does. And somewhere in the margins, in the peripheral attention of someone watching, in the specific quality of the specific hour, the record is being kept by the show, in every frame, in every buried detail, Right there for anyone who is paying the right kind of attention. Right there. All of it. Still. The yellow light over Springfield, the couch in the dark living room. Lisa at her bedroom window, looking at the cooling towers. Still knowing, still saying. Waiting for someone to hear. Afterward. For the people still watching. If you have made it to this point, you are one of a specific kind of viewer, not the most common kind. The most common kind watches The Simpsons the way you watch most television. With your attention directed at the center of the frame, tracking the plot, following the comedy, experiencing the show as the sequence of deliberate narrative and comedy events, it is designed to be experienced as you are the kind who watches the edges of the frame, who lets their attention drift into the background while the main action proceeds in the foreground. Who notices the figure in the radiation suit at the company picnic? Who clocks the slightly wrong quality of the Springfield sky? Who hears the Simpsons theme and registers something underneath the familiarity of its recognition? You are the kind for whom the buried things surface. This is not a superior way to watch the show. It is a different way, made available by specific conditions: the late hour, the quiet house, the relaxed peripheral attention that the absence of the day's demands enables. You cannot watch this way when the day is still making its claims on you, when the obligations and the noise of waking life are still present. You can only watch this way here, in the specific quality of this specific hour. The Simpsons has been producing content for this specific kind of watching since 1989. The buried things are not accidents of production. They are not coincidental details that happen to mean something when analyzed. They are placed with varying degrees of deliberateness by a production team that has always understood that a show of this length and depth would reward sustained attention at multiple levels simultaneously. The surface is the comedy. The comedy is real. It is among the finest comedy produced by American television across the show's run, specifically in its earlier seasons and intermittently in its later ones. And beneath the surface, in the edges of frames and the texture of background details and the recurring visual motifs and the buried structural arguments about what the show believes about family and power and time and love and the specific difficulty of living in the world the show depicts, there is everything else. Everything we found tonight: the yellow, the couch, the chalkboard, the background characters, the marriage, the children's futures, the economy, the deaths, the writer's confessions, the ending they never made, the tire fire, the nightmares, the phone calls, the mirror that the show holds up to America, the music, the coma, and the love underneath it. What Lisa knows. All of it right there. In every episode, since December 17th, 1989. Waiting for you. As it always has. As it always will be until the last episode. Until the family leaves. Until the house stands empty on Evergreen Terrace and the cooling towers keep producing their smoke against the Springfield sky and the tire fire keeps burning in the background. And the town continues as it always has, carrying its buried things in every frame, waiting for the next person who watches with the right kind of attention at the right kind of hour. Springfield is patient. Springfield has always been patient. It will be here as long as you need it to be. Sleep. It will still be here.